All right, we are back to season two of the PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle. And of course, we're going to be your casters for these 4 days of this Sudden Battle Invitational. We are your casters. Once again, my name is Annie and Mike is with me. Mike, what's up?
Thank you so much for that, Annie. And yes, we are definitely here. And again, these teams, they have been doing a lot. They have been doing some preparations. So I'm excited for PUBG Mobile Invitational, the sudden battle. I'm excited on how the things will unfold, especially with the current run of PUBG Mobile. It has been, quite a lot since I last visited PUBG Mobile. So again, I'm very
Mhm.
excited. How about you, Annie?
Yeah, I'm really excited as well. I mean, I think I've seen a tournament with this lineup of teams just a while ago, like a couple of days ago, maybe a week ago. So that's why I'm
Mm-hmm.
really excited because there's some really strong teams participating. But before we talk about that, this is gonna be the calendar of events.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, as I said, 4 days of this from November 13 to 16, and then our road to 18 teams with 4 days and 6 per day. And of course, the point system is as usual. The first place is 10 points, the second place is 6 points, and so on. But the important thing is each elimination is 1 point. And of course, the total prize pool will be 1,000 US dollars. First place will be getting 400, second place will be getting 250, third place will get 150, fourth place will get 120, and the fifth place will be getting $80. So it's a pretty generous prize pool to say so myself. And of course, there's a lot of really big name teams participating. There we have it. We actually have the lineup here, Mike.
Mm-hmm, yeah. First, ThunderTalk Gaming, WEIBO Gaming. These are pretty familiar names already. I mean, if you're if you're an enjoyer of PUBG Mobile, you definitely know these teams. So with a total amount of $1,000 prize pool, it's just gonna be very challenging for these 18 teams to try to get to the top five spot at the same time. Trying to get that first place because again, $400 is quite a lot. And just talking about these teams already, these are pretty good. I can't even specify which teams are really good because they are so good. So again, I'm very excited since this is the first day. You don't know anything yet, only their background. That's pretty much it. But now we're gonna be going on to the first day. It's just gonna be a bloodbath. Especially we're gonna be going into 4 days of these sudden battle.
Yes, exactly. It's still the first day, so everyone's kind of testing the waters first. So
Mm-hmm.
we don't really know which team is gonna like come out on top yet. And even though we kind of have an idea based on their background, we don't actually know like sometimes with roster changes or strategy changes, sometimes teams pop off and then sometimes they fall off for no reason. But nonetheless, these are our matches. One rondo map, three Erangel maps, and two Miramar maps, which is pretty standard. And I really like how we're gonna be shifting to a rondo rotation now, and then we're not gonna be seeing Sandhawk any longer for most of our official matches. And of course, we're gonna miss Sandhawk, but Rondo is also charming in itself, in which we're gonna be seeing teams, using the recall towers, wherein they have a second chance of going back to the game, even though they kind of got picked off in the middle of the in the game already in the map. So Rondo is really interesting. That's the first map that we'll be seeing, and that we're gonna be expecting most of these teams. If they're gonna play their cards right, they have to get as much elimination points as possible because most of the players here will have a second chance and potentially double the total eliminations for the whole game. So, you know what? Rondo's really interesting. Let's see how that unfolds. And either way, Mike, do you have any other expectations that we're going to be seeing here?
Definitely. First day, it's just gonna be pure bloodbath for the first day of especially we have the 6 games. It's pretty much just quite expected with the map veto. But again, Sandhawk will be faced, and Ronda will take its place. Still, we have the three Erangel rounds to be followed by the two Miramar ones. So it's pretty just like around, I'd say, 80%. What you can expect from a common PUBG Mobile tournament. It's just around 80%. But yeah, it is gonna be very exciting to see for Rondo on what the things will happen. But again, day one, I'm really just gonna be expecting a lot of bloodbath. No playing safe moments. I guess I'm really hoping. But yeah, because we kind of see a lot of action with just that already.
Yes, absolutely. And okay, we actually have drop zone rather. Drop zone predictions for Rondo. So, we're going to be seeing your favorite teams where they're going to be dropping into, and actually I'm not too familiar with the names in the Rondo region yet, but you can see there's a little bit of clustering, especially towards the
Mm-hmm.
northwestern side. And I mean, usually what I notice for Rondo, teams aren't like super experienced with playing the map yet. I guess they're not like as experienced, or like they haven't had much practice in comparison to say Erangels and Miramars, which they have been playing for years. So you'd expect Rondo maybe a little bit rough around the edges, or maybe you'll see a lot of clustering, maybe a lot of early game engagements. But then again, it's also been a couple of months before they've implemented this Rondo, so we can say maybe a little bit of more polished gameplay. And of course, yeah, we're gonna be looking forward to Rondo, but of course we will be looking forward to Erangel as well. And the good thing about the Erangels is there are 3 maps, so those teams that are banking on getting a lot of points for Erangel, if that's their strong map, then that's 3 chances per day to get as much points as possible for Erangel. And otherwise, Miramar standard, they're just 2 maps. So more or less, I don't know if anyone actually loves Miramar. I mean, personally, I absolutely loathe Miramar. But yeah, Miramar's also a standard map, and there's a different kind of skill set that you need for the Miramar. You need sniping skills mostly, long range, and then there's not a lot of trees to like hide about. So yeah, in Erangel, it's more or less a little bit more balanced, and especially if that circle is gonna end up in the military base, then there's gonna be some swimming involved, some gatekeeping on the 2 bridges. But then yeah, I mean that's all like theoretical. What's really gonna happen is depending on the game where that circle is gonna be, and there's a lot of factors coming in.
Mm-hmm. Talking about Rondo, I do I do think that the drop zone prediction for Weibo Gaming is kind of risky because it is beneficial because you're gonna be landing off center, but at the same time, in just looking at the map, you have a lot of space around you. It's just that's gonna be the space for Weibo Gaming, but the disadvantage will be I think around 4 teams just circling them as well. It is beneficial that when the circle starts to focus in on the center of the map, they don't really have to move a lot unless if the circle will be situated at the top right part of Rondo. However, they still have the challenge of facing 4 teams around them and the other teams that will be moving forward, moving towards them.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, I mean I'm just looking at the map over here. Yeah, there's a lot of teams clustered towards the middle of the map, and that's a little bit of a safe zone to stay in. But Rondo's also a really big map, so hopefully they get their cars that they need, especially those who are landing to the far flung areas. And I kind of really like the lineup right now. I mean, Weibo Gaming, yes, and there are also two other Chinese teams, which is Thundertalk Gaming and also Tianba. So pretty like rising star names to stay for myself. But recently the strong names are probably gonna be like Team Flash, Inner Circle. All of a sudden, very surprising comeback for these guys, and also DRX. Which is the South Korean team, which I'm really looking forward to see their performance later on. But otherwise, yeah, there's some really old names such as Burmese schools, the Xavier, I've seen Alliance every now and then, and actually, there's an American team. They're bringing the American flag, which is Wolves. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, and yeah, RQ Ryu as well. So very exciting, and we're seeing a lot of old names. Wolves didn't play. I'm sorry. Okay. So wrong name. Apparently, Wolves will not be joining, but yeah. Otherwise, yeah, everything else, the other lineups, it's really interesting to watch, and I'm really excited to see, especially some really, really old names from really, really good names are gonna be coming up. And of course, with the Rondo popping up, of course, it's gonna be such an interesting, turn of events. It's just sad that Rondo is just gonna be one map, but then again, it's gonna be a little bit imbalanced if we're gonna be getting a game where the dominant team will get like 30 or 40 points from one game. So yeah, that's it for Rondo. And otherwise, Erangel is pretty much what you'd expect. That goes the same with Miramar as well.
Yeah. So again, these teams, you know them, we know them. So again, day one, we don't really have a lot to say. We just have to, wait for the games and then wait for the bloodbath. Gets at least, day one will set the standard. Um, Only one team will set that standard. If there's gonna be a very big gap between the different teams. But I'm really hoping though that at the end of the day, at the end of day one, um, maybe around 5 to 6 teams are just their points are just gonna be very close to each other. I do like that since it's gonna be very challenging and we don't know a lot. We can't really predict on what will happen next on day two, And again, for the rest of the days, I also just want some underdog teams to shine, especially nearing its day number 3 or maybe day number 4 if they can set the record straight and maybe get to the top one spot. But yeah, again, I'm just very excited, especially with Rondo. It's quite a big map compared to Sandhawk. So it is gonna be very surprising. I do since it's gonna be the first round. It's gonna be like one round of Rondo. So I really want a lot of action to happen because they don't really get a lot. They don't really get second chances or third chances for the next few rounds, and it's gonna be heavily focused on Erangel and Miramar.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rondo just gives you the second chance in playing the game. It's just you're gonna expect a lot of aggression, especially in the start of the game. Especially when you have the whole four-man team, and then you throw three players into the fire, and then one player is just on standby in one of the recall towers, waiting in case their team gets wiped out. At least someone could kind of bring them back, back to the game, and they have a second chance. But of course, that's like the worst case scenario. Like, hopefully you don't get picked off early on, because that's just giving away elimination points. But on the other hand, you have to take risks in order to get as much points as possible. And yeah, that is the drop zone prediction once again for Rondo. It's a pretty big map, and there's a lot of traveling that needs to happen if you want to get to one place or another. I mean, Miramar is big, but Rondo is huge because there's so little water in the game, which is what the majority of Erangel and like kind of a bit of Miramar is. There's a little bit of water. It's a little bit of a peninsula, but here in Rondo, it's just little snakes of rivers, like slithers of rivers, and not much like very big bodies of water. But otherwise, yeah, Rondo is a fun map. It's beautiful, by the way. I love the cherry blossom trees, and of course the desert towards the northeastern side of the map. But yeah, those are the drop zone predictions. There are actually some teams that have two predictions, but I guess that's gonna be depending on where these teams, I mean rather where the flight path is gonna be. So I can see already that Alliance is kind of like there's one drop zone on the lower part, and there's also one at the top. And yeah, I suppose it's just interesting. And then there's some clustering as well. I can see which team is this? I can't quite see what the name of the, I mean just by the logo, but yeah. I think we're gonna be starting actually. That's nice. So we have a 17 teams joining in with a 67 players that will be coming into the lobby. So I guess, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is PUBG Mobile Sudden Invitational Battle Chapter 2 slash Season 2. This is the second one. So the first one was nice, but this is gonna be better hopefully because we have Rondo, and hopefully we'll be seeing that flight path really soon. And let's see if that drop zone prediction is gonna hold any truth to it, because I can see the flight path right now. There's one that's going like towards the northeast, and I can see Yulin right now. No one's really dropping yet, so let's just wait to see what happens. We're already a minute into the game, so you know what? Something's gonna happen soon for sure.
Hmm. Yeah, for now, since we don't really have a lot of things to think about, we are kind of waiting for the drop zone predictions to get its mark, and just waiting for these teams to get some supplies and maybe battle it out later on. But we do see that the since the flight path is kind of giving these teams a chance to go to their drop zone predictions. Maybe they will stick to it, but yeah, currently they're pretty much spread out. But it's like it's like the circle that I predicted earlier. I think I got around half of that. So it's just gonna be at the right side, but it's just gonna be in the southern part. So it does give Weibo Gaming that they don't really have to move a lot. I think if that was Weibo Gaming landing on their spot. But yeah, currently we're since this place it does look like Tianba would be facing a lot of those enemies. Already one down with that grenade elimination. Weibo Gaming gets a point, just waiting for the confirmation kill. We're just looking at the kill feed right now, and the grenade keeps following up.
Ooh, it looks like Inner Circle versus DRX, and we're out there in the map. We're actually looking at Tianpa right now, and there's several teams clustered around this area. So we're kind of just waiting for things to happen right now. Tianba, yes, two eliminations already. Several teams actually are here. We're looking at Team Flash right now. Oh, they're not doing really well. Tops and Win need to revive. They got knocked down right now, but right now Zeus is gonna be on the roof. Gets a little bit of damage against this other team. A7, in fact. So Zeus gets some sprays, and ooh, that's a knockdown as well. One for Team Flash, but still,
Mhm.
they already lost tops. If it's a good thing, either Zeus or a Bose needs to get to a recall tower. Otherwise, it's gonna be over if they're all gonna be wiped out. But yeah, it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Bose is already on the recall tower. We're gonna be expecting tops. We'll be returning to the game really, really soon. And nothing to worry about. Look at that. Tubbs is already parachuting down Rondo as we speak, but it's not over yet. FL's win also gets picked off. Bo should probably make a U-turn, but I guess that's not happening. He's gonna be rotating into the area once again. I don't know. This guy doesn't seem to have a lot of resources yet, so he'll probably prioritize looting. But we can see a lot of grenades cooking somewhere out there on the right side. So I guess Bose is gonna be going in to help with the picking off. Oh, it looks like a bunch of DRX players are going down, and also Vampire Esports getting a few knocks and eliminations on their side. But yeah, ASTRUM, DEUS, ALTAYR, AD rather, is also getting the recall towers in, and you can see a lot of the numbers on the remaining players are shifting one after the other. But the important thing is there's no one team that got picked off. Never mind, we're down to 16 teams. Let's see which team. Yes, it's the Xavier who will be picked off first.
The Xavier already off the list, and for now they'll be able to at least get some chances later on. But while observing the kill feed as well, we do notice Weibo Gaming getting a lot of momentum from this point. It's around 4 minutes, so it is beneficial towards them, and they do have the higher ground as well. I think, oh, actually, one of their members did have the higher ground, but the rest will be able to follow up. They do, they actually get a control in their map, so that's kind of good. It's really going good for Weibo Gaming, especially that all of them are pretty much alive for now. Looking at other teams, however, still waiting for their moments. They still need to get those points done. But for now, we're just gonna be chilling, especially that um, we are done with the first phase of eliminations. But I think DRX is following that up. They're still continuing the rampage. However, Vampire will try to at least get some jobs done. They did get some elimination points to be followed by two from the different team. But yep, trying to get few more of them down.
Ooh, okay. Two down from the side of Loop. And a little bit of damage coming in to the player that we're seeing right now. That's a V10-01, I suppose. And yeah, it's a good thing that their team already has two eliminations on their side. They got to the recall tower in time, so they're gonna be a full squad for the rest of the time. But there is someone knocking down the door. Run away from that grenade. It's a good thing they managed to get away in time. That's actually a Molotov. My bad. But so this is gonna be a 3 versus 1. This is not gonna be ending well. Two loops. I
Ooh.
think we're gonna be expecting. We'll be seeing the next of that guy after the recall tower. But otherwise, yeah, DRS rather. Yeah, they're gonna be coming in and getting that kill for themselves. But Rafina, yes, they're gonna be joining in the car. Ooh, DRS examples is gonna be falling down. Cyclone's gonna be to the recall tower. Not to worry about the 2 eliminated players on the roster. But here in Inner Circle, already 3 eliminations, hunting down the rest of the teams with high ground on the building. So they're gonna be waiting patiently, and patiently they are waiting because nothing's popping up in the kill feed. They're gonna be going for that trigger discipline, but otherwise, scopes out for the 4x of a 7 gaming, A7 rather. They spot RRQ at the distance, but whether or not they have the favorable angle to get that kill in the bag, let's just keep on watching because Alpha 7, they haven't been spotted yet, and so they're just waiting for a chance to get a pick off for themselves.
Yep. Currently, it does look like A7 got 2 kills already, but one member, it's gonna be the last member alive for now. At least he's still trying to do his job. But we do see around 4 teams, if I'm not mistaken, only one member remaining. So it is really surprising to see that in this span of 7 minutes and 30 seconds, we've already seen a lot of action. And I do think it's because of their land spots. There were a lot of teams that were just bundled together, so they did kind of saw it coming. But yeah, currently the map, since it's gonna be starting to it's gonna start to focus on the southern right side of the map. I guess we can expect some more action later on. However, with a few of these teams, we do have A7 one member remaining. It does look like they're still getting gunned down as well. So we just have to wait for what will happen next. For now, they're still gonna be looting for some more, and before they're gonna be engaging the fights later on. But we do see some member down from the side of DRS. Oh, actually, they did get 1 point from that. And yeah, we do see a lot of action coming down from Vampire Esports, but he goes down like like a snowman.
Okay, like a snowman, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I guess the rest of Vampire Esports just gonna be chilling for the rest of the time. But here, some of the teams, especially Alpha Gaming, they're 7 kilometers away from the circle. I mean, Rondo's a pretty big map, but I think I might be reading that wrong. Otherwise, 7 kilometers. Okay, otherwise, the rest of the teams in their circle, really good start with the 4 eliminations already. And it's a good thing after the Xavier, we haven't seen any other teams getting picked off, and that's a good thing. But here, at the leaderboards, it's a bit worrying that there's a lot of teams that are solo players. Hopefully they get to recall tower soon, but it looks like no. I thought that there was another team that got picked off. It's just a team that missed rather. So that's DPLUS Kia, I believe, will not be joining us for this first map. I don't know if they're gonna be joining the hopefully they do, because they're a pretty decent team as well. But here we're looking at AD. They have the compound to themselves. They got 1 gun down. That's 1 elimination, but I don't think it's a confirmation for that particular knocked. And it looks like a little boy is gonna be dropping in, and fresh from the recall tower, this guy's gonna be going ahead and looting the place up, while the rest of their team's gonna hold their ground. But otherwise, yeah, lots of things happening in the kill feed a while ago. THUNDERTALK found a little bit of trouble with Chenpa, but yeah, I'm just gonna be waiting that up. 7 eliminations for Chanba already. These guys, if they don't want to lose their streak, they need to go ahead and revive their 2 players. And I think, I don't know if they can still get to a recall tower, but I hope they do because they're doing so well. And we don't really want to break this streak. And hopefully, Chanpa, with a really good start. They're on top of the leaderboards, by the way, with 8 whole points, 8 eliminations. Beautiful execution of the Rondo map, and this is gonna be their money map. So might as well take as much points as possible. So they can do that for number one, get as much eliminations, and number two, get as much placement points as well. But yeah, we're also gonna be watching Alliance and WEIBO Gaming over here. They're just gonna be rotating into another area. Still up by 2 eliminations, but I don't know if they've seen any other engagements. But there's Burmese ghouls nearby. Let's see if they're gonna be going ahead and taking this fight.
Mm-hmm. Yep. However, we do see some background action coming in. Different teams with Ryu also getting the job done with 4 eliminations to their team. Tianba still leading with 8 points. It does, set the pace for how the rest of day one will go. And I'm really just looking forward for the rest of the teams with WEIBO Gaming, since I think they're just trying to secure their spots right here before they proceed with getting those skills. Tianba they would still have to, there's gonna be a lot of expectation from this team. There's also a lot of pressure building up since it's gonna be day one. They've already set the standard, so they have to maintain that one in order to keep their number one spot. So just looking at the map, it does look like most of the teams are already inside the safe zone and the circle, just waiting for more teams to encounter. And we do see someone. They're gonna be going head to head right here. But while that was happening, all will get an elimination, just waiting for that kill to come through. But yeah, however, these teams, I do love though that the teams that are leaving this round, they do have a fair amount of points already racked up to their name, but it is kind of saddening that they will be leaving quite early for this round.
Absolutely, and hopefully they don't leave too early. But Burmese schools, they spot Tianfa. Some sprays coming in, but it's just gonna be half health, and rather Tianfa manages to get away to see another day. But 80 over here. What is that reaction time? But otherwise, a good thing is they're still alive, but they give away information. Curls out of the window. Ooh, a little bit of information here. They're 1v1. You take falls from ASTRUM, DEUS, ALTAYR. It's not a good look. You're going to be seeing gravestone on their names, but there's going to be backup a little bit way too late. There's a little bit of damage. Oh my gosh, there's just a sliver of health left. And they still didn't manage to get the kill, but yeah. It's a good thing AD, there's another backup coming in, the last person standing. In fact, Little Boy is going to be coming in, giving those revives and finishing the rest of the opposing team. But otherwise, yes, we're looking at Burmese schools also. Oh, okay, it looks like AD actually gets and snags those eliminations for themselves. But yeah, we're going to be watching Burmese schools as well. There's another team nearby. Ooh, Burmese schools are going to be the third party. Here, AD still licking their wounds, but they're going to be shot down by Burmese schools.
Right.
EG has their scopes up for the window.
They're landing in once again. WEIBO Gaming making its move, but he gets one down, gets another, and they're just gonna be cleaning, wiping this place out. Xavier will be eliminated.
Yes, absolutely. Xavier will be eliminated. And Burmese schools, they're going to be losing a couple of players in WEIBO Gaming. They're going to be going for that reload. Ooh, ASTRUM, DEUS, ALTAYR gets eliminated by Burmese schools. The third party of that situation, Master Ichi comes out. Ooh, actually, they only have one elimination. I guess it got credited to another team. Oh, Master Ichi falls by Vampire Esports. No wonder Vampire Esports, more or less the same color. That's why I was a little bit confused. But yes, Vampire Esports coming in, and as the fourth party, they snag those kills in the bag. But there's another team, RRQ, hunting on Vampire Esports as well. It's like one team after another. RRQ suffering just a little bit. There's a bunch of eliminations going on to their side. I don't know if they got wiped out. I think they have a couple of players still in, but otherwise, Vampire still up and about. Nope, RRQ Ryu just got wiped out just now. But yeah, Team Flash also coming in. They spot another team nearby. I think that's Tianba. Burmese schools, yes, eliminated as well. We're down to 13 teams actually. 42 players left standing in the game. And right now, Team Flash is kind of outside of the circle. There's also a body of water that they have to cross if they want to get into the play zone. So that's just another challenge on their part. And hopefully, they don't get shot at while they're trying to rotate. That depends if... Ooh, okay, they have information, the Team Flash, their boast takes a bit of damage, manages to get away with a quarter of their health. Yep, but it's not gonna be enough to knock them down.
Definitely, but now 12 teams remain. After all that gunfight, after all the bloodbath, they're gonna be moving in. Team Flash still trying to make its mark. And since they're gonna be taking the 6th place for now, WEIBO Gaming at the kill feed right here. 2 members already going down. And I think we're gonna be waiting for the 3rd one. And I think that's gonna be the last waiting for this moment to shine. And we're just gonna be waiting on what will happen towards that. But however, Inner Circle, the 3rd party trying to get the job done as well. I think he'll just be, cleaning those places up. But we do see a lot of casualties from WEIBO Gaming. I wonder though how this will turn out later on.
Yes, absolutely. Watching to see what happens afterwards, but Loops, I think he spot another team that's actually Inner Circle. Ooh, Neilzada takes a lot of damage. Inner Circle is going to be finishing that job off, but there's another team nearby. She's after trades. There's also DRS to worry about, a little bit of damage here and there. Loops has another player that has fallen, but there's another team nearby as well. There's a lot of things to worry about. Who is that? That's DRS. In fact, between Loops and them, TIANBA coming in with 9 eliminations already, still sitting at the top of the leaderboards and counting. If these guys hold on to their placement points, just a couple of teams left before we're going into placement territory. But before that happens, of course, we're going to be watching the teams that are still present on the field right now. Team Flash, 1 person left. That goes to Team THUNDERTALK and Vampire Esports and DRS. In fact, Luke's also 1 player hanging on by our thread. I don't know if that's the right information, because DRS, it looks like they're still a 4-man team. I guess they got the recall tower in, but Frag is the top fragger. What is that? What is up with that? That's a 6 eliminations from just 1 person. I guess this guy is just good at finishing the job, or this guy is carrying the team. We don't really know until we see their team stats, if ever they get the chicken dinner. But really, I'm curious. But rather, we're also going to be watching Vampire Esports. Definitely not a 1-man team. These guys have 10 eliminations. These guys are insane. They have 10 eliminations, still a 4-man team. These guys are going to be so hard to take down later on.
Yep, definitely 11 eliminations for their team, for Vampire Esports. So this is going to be very this will set the record right here. But yeah, currently with Flash, again, last member remaining, 3 eliminations down. And we're just going to be waiting later on. All already has made their mark, getting 4 points. But WEIBO Gaming will be removed from round 1, Rondo. And that's going to be taking their 9th spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Team Flash, last person standing. It's going to be top. TIANBA's nearby. 2 last players. There's a grenade cooking up from the other team. There's also, I think that's THUNDERTALK towards their eastern position, and Aching's kind of just waiting alongside QZZ, I believe. Okay, looks like Loops finds a 1 from DRX, and DRX, I'm not sure how they're doing, but they're down to 2 players, 3 players rather. They have 3 players. I don't know if they can still recall, but they sure need that right now. We're gonna be watching INF as well. INF has control over this building, takes a little bit of shots up against Loops, manages to get away, hide behind the building, half health right now, but INF has another player gonna be rotating nearby. Let's see if this guy is gonna be flanked by 2 players. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Molotov burning into the ground. Frag gets that kill, and in fact, they snag it away from DRS, but here DRX is gonna be coming in as well. Oh, that's a fast drop coming in, but Raze is just lounging behind this boulder, just waiting for that right moment to strike. Otherwise, TIANBA gets a couple of eliminations on their side. Actually, they even wipe out DRX completely. TIANBA takes a little bit of damage. Chin goes to the ground supine, and we're just gonna be watching out for Vampire Esports. Still a full squad hunting, waiting for some prey. Natching gets some sprays in, that doesn't manage rather to knock anyone out.
Yep, 5 teams already remain. Alliance already eliminated, taking the 6th spot. And right here, we have seen a lot of smokes coming in. Tianba just waiting for the team to, finalize their places before they can make their move. However, for actually, INF, since they're gonna be starting they do have a lot of coverage, especially from the higher ground. Tianba already making their move, gets two, and going to spray for more before they were able to hide inside the smoke. But he was outside. He gets spotted and he gets taken out. That's gonna be Tianba, removed from the list.
Absolutely. Tianba coming in. INF. Okay. They spot Vampire Esports. We're down to 4 teams once again. Vampire Esports nearby. 3-man team. DRS still a full man team. THUNDERTALK, one person holding on to dear life, and INF full team as well. So most of the chances are actually going on to DRS. Freeze coming in from Vampire Esports. It's not going to be getting any knocks, however, but there's a lot of movement towards the horizon, especially a car coming in. Vampire Esports, I like their positioning. They're kind of triangulating with each other, so it's not that hard to get to pick off the players from Vampire Esports. But yeah, it just all goes down to execution. There's a lot of shots coming in. They're trying to target the RS right now. I don't know where INF is, but Meow Lag is taking a little bit of damage. So they're gonna be rotating out of the area to somewhere a little bit safer, somewhere a little bit harder to get to. They're gonna be hiding behind the cars. Okay, they're gonna be trying out again for X scope coming in into the triangles. It looks like Frag has been knocked down. Finally, someone kicked the god out of their knees because Frag has been fragging so much. But here, Lazarus is actually on 7 eliminations already, and wow, 15 eliminations in total for Vampire Esports. These guys, I think they're at the top of the leaderboards right now, and they still have a lot of points pending, especially with the Esports. Blue sprays coming in. DRS gonna be falling. Zample exactly taken down by Lazarus, and that's gonna be a finisher as well. But Vampire Esports, they already lost one player. I think Lazarus trying to shoot into the smoke, hoping that there's someone over there. DRS still up in the running, still 2 active players and 1 needing to revive, and INF still missing in action. Where are these guys?
Where are these guys? Actually, they are they're kind of spread out, so it is kind of risky if they will spot one of them down, or maybe they could help each other out. But at least they're gathering a lot of info. They do have a lot of access to the teams that are scattered around the map as well. But with Vampire Esports, they do have a lot of smokes using to cover them, especially in an open area like this one. The grenades coming in as well. But I love the obstacles, giving them cover as well. They're really just using the terrain to their advantage. But yeah, 4 teams remain. INF pretty much complete at this point. Vampire Esports gunning down one of those cars. But on the other hand, they will find their kill. Just waiting to confirm that one. And I think they're just gonna be aiming for a wipeout right here.
Hopefully they get the wipeout they need. It's taking a little bit of time. We're still 23 minutes into the Rondo game, but it's a good thing we're down to single digits on the remaining players. 4 teams still vying for the chicken dinner. 17 eliminations for Vampire Esports. All eyes on these guys. DRS, last player, holding on to a thread. Let's see if Raze can manage to heal themselves up, but that will be their last healing kit. Otherwise, they only have 5 bandages left. I don't think this guy is going to be surviving for long. Still, 5 grenades. 5 really good shots of the grenades, arcs of the grenades, to see if they can get any sort of elimination on their side. So this guy, best bet's gonna be throwing all those grenades before croaking in the map, and that's like the best bet that they have for their team. But this guy, this last person from THUNDERTALK's really hiding really well, holding on to dear life, hoping for those placement points. And game, kind of waiting this out. Still a 4-man team, Vampire Esports 3-man team, but everyone's just playing safe. INF, in fact, only 1 elimination so far.
Yep, definitely 1 elimination so far. But for now, INF, we're just moving around the circle, at least getting securing their spots for later on, especially when the chicken dinner moment will be happening. But yep, a lot are dropping in as well, just using to give them some cover. But for now, we do have we're just really waiting for these teams to just meet each other up. We have INF just again very spread out, so this could work, but it also could destroy them if they can't execute that one properly. Vampire Esports, they're just huddled together. That's kind of good, but with the rest, the two teams right here, it is of DRS and TT. It is gonna be challenging, especially since they have to wait for some action to happen in order to get involved. But yeah, the grenades coming in through the smokes, hoping to get them down. And before he gets spotted, another grenade elimination right here. He finds one down. I think that's from TT. Oh, yep, definitely. THUNDERTALK Gaming would be removed from the list for now, taking its fourth spot. The grenade almost got him, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Race is gonna be the last solo player on the team. Ooh! It's getting very, very ballsy, however. Reese gets one from INF. Actually gets two. This guy is insane. Two eliminations for the last player of DRS before team gets a wipe chat. Looks like DRS will be saying goodbye, but that's to be expected. That guy was holding on to dear life. Ooh, Law gets a little bit of sprays in. Just a little bit of trades here and there for both teams. INF down to two active players. Vampire Esports one. So I think it's just gonna be Diego right now going up against, I
Shotguns
believe, two
coming in.
active players. Oh,
No.
that's not gonna be ending well. It's INF that will be getting this first chicken dinner. Congratulations to Influence Range for getting this first map, this rondo map for our day number one. Once again, guys, this is PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle Chapter 2, and this was just your first chicken dinner. It's Influence Range.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Influence Rage coming first place for now in round one. That's gonna be the Rondo map. And we have, for me personally, I was rooting for them with the strategy because it is very risky. And I'm a type of player who's all in for the risks because high risk, high reward, and it's what better way to enjoy PUBG Mobile than to go for high risk plays. And their strategy really worked for them. It could destroy some teams, but not for Influence Rage. They executed that one perfectly with their placement kind of scattered around the map. They have a lot of information compared to those teams that are just huddled up together, and they're even at risk of getting hit by those grenades. But not for Influence Rage. They were really spread out. It's like they covered an arc, so half a circle. That's pretty much it. And especially when the circle is very shrinking very slowly, um at that point Influence Rage really has that advantage. So whenever one of them gets gunned down, the other respond. But they were pretty much safe. However, we do have a head-to-head right here with Tianba, QZZ, and Lazarus from Vampire Esports. Their damage is quite really just close with 3 damage coming in, so they performed quite well.
This is what I like. Triple digits on the eliminations. And of
Mm-hmm.
course, 11,000 total healings, one vehicle elimination, 12 grenade eliminations. That's what I want to see. Once again, guys, this is still day one, match number one. And I'm really happy for Influence our Rage. Playing really, really safe. I mean, if I'd say 5 eliminations for a rondo map's kind of a little bit low, even for an average team. You'd expect one team um on average would get maybe 7 eliminations. And of course, we saw a while ago Vampire Esports has multiple. Even Lazarus has almost twice the number of eliminations as IF. But the important thing is Influence Rage did get that chicken dinner. So that's what's important. They got a lot of points, and of course we saw the match rankings. Yeah, Vampire Esports clearly still took the number one spot despite not even getting the chicken dinner. Janpa coming in second, just by 1 point up against Influence Rage. Coming in third, Yours Gaming tying with them as well. So that was just the points for our first map, and of course we're gonna be going on to the second map really, really soon. Rondo's over. We're not gonna be seeing any more 100 total eliminations anymore. So that's I mean we can just all calm down after that. It's just gonna be 3 Erangels and a 2 Miramars as well. So we're gonna be expecting that, and hopefully we see some really exciting plays, and hopefully these teams kind of remember they can't recall anymore, so they have to play it safe.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, definitely. For now, we're gonna be waiting for the second match, but I think we're gonna be, having a short break, right, Annie?
Yeah, we're gonna be having a short break. So to those of you tuning in, stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and we'll be seeing you in a few minutes. Yeah, we are back to PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle Chapter 2. Once again, we did just see our first map, which is Rondo, which was pretty interesting. And of course, Influence Rage did get that first chicken dinner. And of course, it was a wonderful match to watch. We saw Vampire Esports still getting that number one spot, however, despite not finishing first, but rather that was still our first game over 6, 12, 18, 24 whole maps for this whole tournament. So there's a lot of things to expect. And once again, we're still your casters. My name is Annie, and Mike is with me. Hi, Mike.
Yep. Hi, Annie. And yeah, since we're gonna be heading on to Erangel, we have here our drop zone predictions coming up. They are kind of scattered, but at the same time grouped up. We do have here um INF and WEIBO, and I think that is Steam Flash. I think they are gonna be grouped up at the upper right side of the map. We're gonna be still waiting for the flight path later on if it will favor at least all of the teams. Hopefully all of the teams will be favored in their predictions in their drop zones. At the same time, I do think though from game number one, INF, they were really spot on with their strategy. It did work for them, but however, they needed more aggression during the early stages of the game so that they can get a lot of those points like Vampire Esports. Even though they didn't get the winner chicken dinner, they still took number one spot. But talking about the flight path again, it didn't really favor them, and I think it's my mouth cursing them, just giving them, okay, you know what, all go towards the southern part of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't really like this flight path. I mean, it's going through the body of water, um, separating the main Erangel Island with the Sosnovka military base. And of course, there's some teams I saw a while ago in the drop zone predictions. There's some teams that are planning to drop towards the north. So I guess it's not going to be happening anymore. But of course, usually teams have like a secondary drop off point that they like to favor. As we saw a while ago, there were no teams actually that were predicted to drop in the military base, but I reckon there might be some teams that will be dropping there in lieu of dropping towards the north. So maybe in the military base itself, maybe a few teams in Nova Repnoya as well. But of course, Milta is still accessible. Of course, the ferry pier Priborsk as well. I think Pochinki and the school are also within reach. We can actually see several teams going for Giorgio Pool, so that's pretty nice, especially if they drop off in the early stages of the flight path. But yeah, that circle's going to be coming in into the middle of the map. There's still a chance that this could be a Sosnovka circle, but that's way too early to tell. Right now, we can see Pochinki smack in the middle. There's still School, Rajak, Runes, Gatka, even the military base itself. A little bit of Milta that is still within the play zone. So for those teams that landed within the circle, it's all gonna be breeze. They don't have to worry about rotating for a couple of minutes. They can just chill and get some resources. But otherwise, yeah, not a lot of teams are a little bit too far from the play zone. So right now it's just gonna be looting. And actually, never mind, we see some engagements coming in. It's Tianba once again. Who are these guys going up against?
Yup, definitely they're gonna be going. I don't know. We still didn't really see some action, but I think they've already started to get some action done, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Chenba, however, once again, just like game number one, they're gonna be starting their action right here, getting one down, and I think we're gonna be waiting for that confirmation kill. Still, no casualties for now. Kind of expected for a map like Erangel, which everyone is situated into already. So they're just gonna be focusing on getting some loot done, especially using getting a lot of smoke grenades, so that they can head later on with those engagements. However, for some teams, they're gonna be trying to get some eliminations down, especially if they're aware that there are just gonna be different teams near them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's gonna be different teams as well, but they're gonna be looking out for that. The Xavier's on the ground on their shoes for some reason. I guess they didn't find a car, but yeah, they're okay. Turn around. You heard me. But then yeah, they're gonna be coming in, just looting the place out. But otherwise, DRS versus Tianba still going up against each other. But we're gonna be focusing more on the Xavier right now. They have control over this Pochinki compound. So I mean, Pochinki is already a hot drop zone rather. There's a lot of pretty good loot. Maybe not as good as the military base. Still, pretty decent loot, and that is exactly why people love dropping off in here. But then yes, once again, guys, this is still map number 2, our first wrangle. In fact, not just for today, but for the whole tournament. And there's no second chances here. If you get eliminated off, that's the last that we're gonna be seeing you for that map. And DRS, I think they're in trouble. In fact, Raze just got picked off, completely eliminated off from the map just now by the hands of Chenpa. So Chenpa did really well in the first map, just got picked off a little bit too early. But still, 3 eliminations already, and it's not even 5 minutes into the game. I think these guys have a really good start.
Yep, they definitely have a good start. Tianba, it's like, they're really on fire today because they were able to get that momentum down. Already 3 eliminations to their team. And, it also plays a huge factor that they are near another team. So I think they're going to be hunting them down. The grenade coming in. Oh, there we have it. And another one. Oh, it's going to be a game of dodgeball right here. The third one coming in, but he gets eliminated right away.
Absolutely. And it looks like DRS Gaming will be saying goodbye. 4 whole eliminations for Jetma already. So I mean a little bit short lived. I don't know. DRS is still a pretty decent team, I believe, from South Asia. So just a little bit of a shame that they'll be saying goodbye a little bit too soon, but still there's only gonna be one dominant team in each compound. And right now, it's Champa that's absolutely on fire since map number 1. They're bringing that momentum all the way to map number 2. And hopefully, for the rest of the 20 minutes in this Erangel map, they'll be holding on to that same energy because I'm loving this 4 eliminations Champa and probably counting. I believe they still have the whole roster and they have all 4 members still standing. And in fact, we have 63 players left remaining and still, of course, 16 teams standing. Most of them probably still on standby because a lot of the teams are still within the circle. They actually landed within the circle by the start, so they don't have to worry too much about clashing and running into other players. Ooh, it looks like INF, our previous chicken dinner winners, they're finding themselves some knockdowns. So hopefully we can see the action later on. But yeah, right now, ooh, that's actually a finisher on Lazarus from Vampire Esports. These guys taking down Lazarus. I believe Lazarus was our previous MVP, so that is a huge knock to Vampire Esports. That is a huge nerf to their whole team. Ooh, 1 versus 1 within the window. Law's gonna be backing away to the second floor, but giveaway information might be dropping down to the window, more or less. Goes to the third floor. Takes that back. 1 versus 1, perhaps in the stairwell. Jumps outside. Ooh, there are 2 players from Vampire Esports going for that trade off, that revenge kill on Lazarus. And in fact, they're gonna be swiping INF off their feet. Now there's only Federal that's gonna be left. They managed to revive 1 player. However, it's gonna be 2 versus maybe 1. Ooh, 1 taken down from WEIBO Gaming. That's actually WEIBO Gaming. Federal gets that in, and WEIBO Gaming will be eliminated from the map.
Yep, there we have it. Weibo Gaming, since they did have a good run in the first round, however, they're gonna be falling quite early for now. The same goes, I think, for A7. I think they have been, in a same fate, but they still are putting up a fight. So we're gonna be waiting for more Alpha 7. I think they're just gonna not risk it. Actually, I think they will try their best to fight this one back. They were able to take them down, and I think it's an elimination. Yup, it is. Burmese Goals will be eliminated, taking 15th spot for the second round, and they get to live another day as they get to revive their teammates. For now, on the other side of the map, TIANBA is being raided by a different team right here with only a shotgun in hand, a grenade, and I think he's just gonna be waiting right here. We do have some technical difficulties in that part, but we're gonna be looking at the different part of the map. TIANBA Gaming gets one down.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're down to 13 teams, 49 players left remaining. So we're just gonna be watching out for the rest of the map. Of course, Alpha Gaming nearby. Still a four-man team, three eliminations. So far, they're doing well. There's a lot of teams to worry about as well. I think Tianpa down to their last player, I believe. INF also two. I see Inner Circle, still a four-man team, pretty spread out, but T24 right now is outside of that play zone. They need to go ahead and rotate early on. I don't think there's anything waiting for them within the blue zone. So if they don't have any reason to stay over there, they need to keep moving. But I think I can see Vampire Esports nearby, and a pretty good start to their game also, this Vampire Esports. So I'm really rooting for them as well. But then again, it's still the first out of 24 maps that we saw in the leaderboards. And this is still going to be our second map. So there's still a lot of things that can happen in the future. There's still a lot of shifts that will be done to that leaderboards, especially to the teams that got picked off too early in that random map. So we might be seeing them changing their gameplay really, really soon, especially since we still have 4 days left in the game. We're actually seeing Inner Circle just shooting down some of the wheels of the cars nearby just to make sure that the teams that are using those cars will have a little bit of a hard time rotating after this. And yeah, looks like Inner Circles, they're gonna be rotating into another place. Chanpa, ooh, Chanpa's last player got eliminated off somewhere down the map.
Yup. And I think right here, 13 teams remaining. Inner Circle already trying to move towards the inner circle, and yeah, quite poetic right there. If you don't mind me. But yeah, Team Flash, however, will be looking for more. I think they have found some targets. A kill was spotted in the part of the kill feed, and I think they're just gonna be chasing them down. Actually, nope. It's gonna be they're fine. They're fine right here. They have the higher ground, and they also have access to that crate if they're gonna do it. Vampire Esports, on the other hand, they're gonna be facing some casualties.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be facing some casualties. Team Flash, one of the teams that you should be watching out for. And right now, they're not really showing off a little bit too much. They're not really being flashy right now, but they are a decent team. I promise you that. Especially Bows, especially Tops, especially when these guys are Zeus. Still the same lineup. What happened? Vampire Esports just got eliminated off. I thought they had a good start, but it looks like they said goodbye a little bit too soon. But this just gives an opportunity for some other smaller, rising star teams to go ahead and swoop this number 1 leaderboards off the feet of Vampire Esports. Let's just see if that happens, or maybe Vampire Esports just too much of a gap between them and the other teams. But of course, still we are 11 minutes into the game. Maybe we're still gonna be seeing a little bit more surprises. Then again, we're down to 12 teams already in the 40s of the remaining players. Still a lot of teams who are still a full squad. So we just have to be patient, let the game do its job, let the stages come in, and that play zones get smaller and smaller until these teams are going to be going up against each other. And in fact, speaking of going up against each other, it looks like Inner Circles finds another engagement on their side.
Mm-hmm. Yep. 12 teams remain, and DRX, they do have the higher ground. They could try to eliminate some players who are trying to get up, especially that they could be spotted anytime soon with a smoke. And right here, they are. I think they're really looking for some targets, potential targets, and we're just gonna be waiting for some action later on. But for now, DRX, they do have the spot. They are kind of secured right here. They can't really get some kills for now. Still zero eliminations, but hopefully they could start their momentum later on, especially during the last stage of the map. Try to get some shots in. I wonder if it does register. I think it will not. It's really hard to pull it off. But they're DRX. Maybe they can do it as well. But yeah, looking at other teams right here, still just hanging out. They're not gonna move just yet. They're just gonna be waiting for another moment to maybe strike. But yeah, DRX though, I think there's gonna be another team that's near them. They're just gonna be waiting for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna be waiting out for the teams right now, and it's gonna be loops, making loops all around the school. There's also another team nearby. Let's see if that what the our team's gonna be doing this rates, and just looking at the leaderboards, actually, I mean, INF down to their last half of their roster. Everyone else kind of a full man team except for ADs, which lost one player already. There's a lot of teams that got picked off. So Vampire Esports being one of them. We saw that a while ago. And TIANBA was a little bit of a surprise since they won the first engagement cleanly. They still had four players still standing, but somehow they got wiped out completely. And so, I mean, things happen, and unfortunately, sometimes you just get caught off guard, and you get picked off a little bit too early. But then, yeah, DRS also pretty decent a team, and they got knocked off a little bit early. In fact, there are three big names on the leaderboards right now that got picked off, and INF is still standing. Good thing that they still have two players, but still they're hanging onto a thread. I guess the biggest name that's still hanging on with the four players still standing is gonna be Inner Circle and also VP as well. So oh, there's a team called VP and there's a team called VP. Sorry guys, I think I mixed them up just a bit. I think I called VP Vampire Esports at one point, but then yeah, I'll pay attention to it a little bit closer. But then yeah, I think there's something happening in Pachinki. In fact, ASTRUM, DEUS, they're putting a little bit of sprays up against another team. Let's see if they can get any pickoffs because so far, not even any little bit of chip damage. But it looks like Loops finds a Tops, but Zeus gets that revenge knockdown. Tops gets finished off completely by one of the players from Loops, so it's a little bit of a challenge for Team Flash right now. It's not doing really well, but Ayana finds VP as well. So there's a couple of eliminations here and there in the school. There's a lot of bullets coming in. Might be a little bit messy, especially with VP closing in and trying to get this kill on Federal. But wow, Federal with 6 eliminations already with a total of 8 for their whole team.
Yep, and I think there's gonna be another action coming right here. INF still, there are a lot of teams near them, so I think they're gonna be engaging. They're going more aggressively for this one, but we do see some action in the background as well. Right here, Loops also suffering with burns, severe burns, but they are really pinched. And the shed, they could be erased with one more grenade. A7 gets a point done, but in return will also fall with one member. However, Loops, the same thing goes with one member currently down. Will be needing some backup. The grenades coming in, hoping to at least get some fighting chance. But A7 already closing their way towards them. Loops trying to move away, and he still gets the job done. Gets the shots in. However, I think Loops are just again chasing them one by one, removing them out of the equation. Still has the fight in him with a very low health remaining. I think he has to fall fast right here, so in just low HP, no choice just to fight back. And he falls. That's gonna be an elimination for Loops, taking the top spot.
Absolutely. And there's still a lot more things to pay attention to, especially with INF over. What just happened? All of a sudden, we got a grenade to the face. And of course, VP goes in and swoops in and just gets their position going prone just like that. Just like, okay, I'm gonna be taking this spot right here, just like a cat, But then, yeah, Arki Ryu still up in the game, has 1 elimination, not much progress though. And that's, speaking of progress, that Blue Zone's gonna be eating up this area over here nearby the school. So that's not gonna be a good place to be in anymore. But speaking of good place, looks like the Xavier has a pretty good spot here. Within, I think this is Pachinki? And there's inner circles nearby towards the fields. Towards their left, towards your right rather, there's ASTRUM DEUS. So there's also another player from the Xavier positioned on another area of this compound. There's Team Flash also nearby. No, what what's up with Team Flash right now? It looks like they're down to their last player as well. So we're not gonna be expecting this guy is gonna be much of a threat. Otherwise, maybe they're just gonna be going for some free shots, free, kill steals. But yeah, it looks like Leviso might be trying to hunt down any sort of movement from out there. Just getting their scopes in, trying to find any sort of movement nearby towards the horizon. But then yeah, RQ Ryu still up in the game. Oh, there's a little bit of damage nearby. RQ, one of their players, gets taken down by DRX. There's a grenade coming in. Let's see if it's going to be finishing off. That's a beautiful grenade elimination, but there's more where that's coming from. 0 grenades, but there was 1 grenade elimination, so it worked out either way. Throwing a little bit of throwables here and there. I think that was just a Molotov. Let's see if that's going to be getting any sort of elimination, but it looks like that will be it for DRX. Just 1 elimination, and that was the beautiful grenade kill. They need a little bit more if they want to climb up the ranks. Right now they're still sitting at number 15 on the leaderboards. They have quite a long way to go.
Yep, quite a long way to go for now. But however, with the different teams right here, the eliminations are already racking in. I think in the scoreboard right here, it's the total eliminations. So for now, we have a few teams remaining, 9 teams to be exact, and we do see some action coming in. I think, THUNDERTALK are losing its members. They're losing some numbers, and I think they will face their demise later on unless they will do that. However, on the press side right here, DRX comes through, gets one down, goes in for cover. He finds one, and I think he's just gonna gun him down without knowing that there is gonna be another member helping him towards the victory, but he falls down, gets gunned down right ahead, and I think DRX will be losing for now with their last member still trying to fight his way back into the game, and I think just a few more down before he falls down.
Oh my gosh, it's a little bit of a mess. RQ meanwhile gets eliminated off. There's a high ground, there's a low ground. DRX is gonna be in trouble. Looks like they lost their whole squad. That's gonna be a whole team eliminated off, and we're down to 7 teams. In fact, we're already in placement points territory. VP right now on our screens. They spot a little bit more members nearby. There's gonna be some sprays coming in. DRX gets eliminated. We saw that a while ago. Okay, but either way, the rest of the teams, there's Alliance nearby. I haven't seen these guys rather, for like the duration of the plays, for the duration of the game. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing them a lot right now. VP is just gonna be holding their ground. Team Flash, Bose, the last player standing. These guys only have 1 elimination. I think Bose is trying to hunt down 1 or 2 or 3 eliminations, free eliminations, before this guy, bites the dust. Because Bose, it's gonna be hard to survive 1-man squad, but wow, gets 1 elimination nonetheless. And let's see if this guy finishes this guy off. Eliminations already into the game, but Diana from VP finds 1. ASTRUM gets completely eliminated out. In fact, their team has a 10. Rather, no, it's not 10. It's actually 11 eliminations in. Looks like both from Team Flash got taken out. They got spotted. Now we're down 4 teams left. 15 players still standing. That's VP, that's IC, that's ELL, that's DX going up. And VP, one of them gets fallen down. I think we're down to 2 active players. Half health. Wow, Alliance getting a lot of damage in up against VP.
Yep, a lot of cars coming through, but VP will be losing their members. The last member down is gonna be up to Diana, our possible underdog right here, if it's pull it off. But from afar, he gets 1 down. Virtus Pro will be eliminated. On the other side, the Lions, 1 member will fall down, waiting for some revive right here. But the grenades trying to fight back. Hopefully they could pull this one through. And yeah, we're down to the last 3 teams. EX, Inner Circle, and Alliance. So right here, they still have to fight back. 1 member currently down, and yeah, it is quite. It's gonna be surprising on which team will reign supreme for round number 2.
Absolutely, and I think we're gonna be finding out really soon because we're down to 3 teams already. Alliance, Inner Circles, and the Xavier going up against each other. Alliance, they're a pretty good team. They're sitting at number 6 right now. Inner Circles still a strong team, but they haven't showed as much of their firepower as usual. And Zeke Xavier, pretty household name in the PUBG esports scene. So you know what, these guys. I mean, I think they have a pretty good chance on getting this chicken dinner. I can't quite put any bets, but still, their full squads. IQ is a little bit low on health, gets knocked out. In fact, but not without taking one from IC themselves. Let's see if we can see a revive happening, but I don't think it's gonna be happening. Everything is happening on the open field. The Xavier has the high ground. They have the rooftops. Looks like Inner Circles manages to get a little bit of revive into the bag just before things pick up once again. But looks like there's a Noki rather gonna be falling down from the side of Inner Circles. A little bit of sprays here and there. Spots of smoke. Needs he tries to get some players from Alliance, but it's not gonna be finding the damage that they need. And also, there's Inner Circles nearby towards your eastern side. Ooh, Alliance takes a lot of damage, just a little bit more. Just good tap. One peek, one wrong peek from the tree, but Alliance manages to heal up a little bit too late on the damage. With Falak's gonna be falling behind, half health left. He's gonna be rotating in with the cars, but over here the circles Falak right behind this boulder gonna be rotating into the area as well. And their circles has this corner of the circle all to themselves. DX Levishow is gonna be going in onto the front lines, trying to finish that off. Ooh, it's a nice 6-0-4-2 gonna be falling by Levis's hand. All for one from that as well. I think Alliance might be in trouble, and yes, exactly that. They will be eliminated off now. It's just Inner Circles and the Xavier.
Yep, and right here, two teams remain, and the area is still quite big. So this could take a while unless they're gonna be thrown with grenades, which the Xavier are doing right now. Inner Circle, on the other hand, trying to gain some control, and the Xavier are very much aggressive right here. He moves out and he goes down. And right here, another grenade coming through, and they're just trying to dodge this. And definitely, the Xavier is looking good right here with a big chance of winning this one. And yep, there we have it. A grenade to the face, ending round number 2 with Dingo's Savior.
Wow, the Xavier getting that chicken dinner, denying Inner Circles of that 10 points. But still, it's a decent amount of points coming in for these two teams. And especially the Xavier, they need those points. I think the last I saw, I did mention that in the leaderboards, they're sitting at number 15 out of 18 teams. And that's considering the fact there was one team that missed map number 1. So definitely the Xavier does need those points to come in and help them out. But then, yeah, of course, I'm still really happy for the rest of the team for participating really, really well, especially for Tianpa. Unfortunately, they got picked off a little bit too early, so we didn't quite see them on the full throttle, for full power. But then, yeah, the spotlight will be going on to the Xavier. Unfortunately, two of their players, we can't quite see what they look like. But yes, the Xavier Jingos, a savior, pretty household names, getting that chicken dinner. These are their stats: 6 eliminations, of course. Naditi has a 1 elimination. Shin has 1. Leviso has 4. And let's see, what's this guy's name? I think Dan HT2. But yeah, head to head is gonna be Federal from INF versus VPs of Vika. That is 6 eliminations, 5 eliminations damage, way more. In fact, I think times 2, more than times 2 inside of Federal. Knockouts a 4-2, and survival time just a little bit more for VP Vika. So congratulations once again. This is our match summary. This is not round anymore. So it's 61 eliminations, 60 knockouts, 6k total healings, 4 grenade eliminations, 49 assists, and 2 vehicle eliminations for day 1 match number 2.
Yep, and there we have it. Our top 3 for match number 2. Again, Federal leads it with 766 damage, to be followed by DX Leviso and VP Vika. So there we have it, guys. What it's really it's been a good run for the second round, but actually this is the first round for Erangel. We're still gonna be witnessing 2 more of those later on, but for now we have the match rankings Still, DXaver leads with 16 points to be followed by Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, they kind of got eliminated, you know, I think it was quite early. But yeah, they still managed to get 15 points. But here we have our overall rankings currently leading. That's going to be Vampire Esports still with 26 points. Influence Rage catching up with 33 points. Virtus Pro with 20. And Tianba as well.
Ooh, interesting. Vampire Esports still sitting up top, but only with a 3 point gap between them and Influence Range. And with that, Virtus Pro tying with Champa and a 3 point gap from Influence Range as well. So Virtus Pro and Champa are just kind of vying for that number 3 spot. And also Alliance and Inner Circle tying at 19 points. So in just one game, you could go from rank 1 to rank 6 really, really easily if you're not careful. The Xavier is also launching about 17 points, so there's a lot of changes that could happen. And I'm really excited for Influence Range. It looks like they're actually from, if the PubMats is right, it's Influence Range is from Brazil and Virtus Pro is from Russia. So I'm really excited. Hopefully their ping is fine because most of the teams are actually from Southeast Asia and also East Asia. Of course, we saw that there was South Korea and China as well. But yeah, it is a really nice development coming in. Vampire Esports is still holding on to that number 1. Hopefully, they have a better game on this map number 3 later on. And of course, climbing steadily is going to be Influence Rage. Not only did they get the chicken dinner, they also got a decent amount of elimination points last time. So with that, of course, we're gonna be moving on to map number 3 after a short break. So for those of you tuning in, don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon in a few minutes. Oh, what?
Rondo a while ago, and I think we have more or less a good idea as to which teams to watch out for, especially Vampire Esports right now, sitting up top at I believe 23 points, but still ranked number two is only trailing behind by 3 points, and even that rank number three, number four, it's only a 3 point difference, and rank number five and rank number six only a 1 point difference. So it's still a very volatile leaderboards, and we're so excited to see how this will all develop in the next four maps that will be happening tonight. And once again, we are your casters, and Mike is still with me. Mike, do you have any thoughts?
Thank you so much for that, Annie. And I think Influence Rage is slowly catching up towards Vampire Esports. So if they can keep this up to the end, the same goes for Vampire Esports. I do think Influence Rage could maybe lean more on the risky plays for them to, get awarded since it's still day one. But if they maintain this momentum, they could really catch up to Vampire Esports. Currently, Vampire Esports is on fire. So they just have to maintain that spot for now. The rest of the teams, however, I do think they already trying to, you know, um get 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 some control of it. So they could catch up slowly to the top five, or maybe the rest can even, threaten Vampire Esports, especially if they get to eliminate them uh quite easily.
Yes, of course. And we're gonna be watching out for that. And hopefully, we see some really nice gameplays on our Shakararango map. I mean, they were testing the waters at the first map, and I think they have a pretty good idea as to what to expect now. But then again, as we remember, the flight path on that first map, number two, it was going through mostly south, and it runs it through the body of water separating between the main Erangel Island and Sosnoff military base. So if ever the flight path goes a little bit different, say it bisects the map north to south, south to north, or that flight path is going to be flying mostly towards the northern area, we might be seeing a whole different game as like as compared to what we've seen in map number two. And we're all for that, but still, if the game decides to be funny and goes like on a round trip, same ish flight path as a while ago, then I guess there's nothing we can do about that. But still, it's gonna be three Erangel maps in the row nonetheless. So mostly teams can kind of, go on a momentum if ever they have really good Erangel games. But then yeah, otherwise it's gonna be our map number three later on. After this, they have one more chance on Erangel. And then after that, it's just gonna be the two Miramars, which is still more or less the same gameplay, a little bit of difference with maybe the rotations and the positioning, maybe the sniper guns mostly, other than the assault rifles and the SMGs that we've seen mostly in Erangel. But of course, yeah, that's everything that we'll be expecting later on. Right now, it's all gonna be up to our map number three for Erangel. And we're gonna be watching out for the top teams mostly, and also we'll be hoping for the bottom ranking teams to hopefully catch up soon.
Yep, I definitely agree. So again, we're done with two games already, so we're gonna be heading on for four more before we can maybe set the the final rankings for day number one, which will definitely kickstart this tournament. So for this sudden battle, but again, this is gonna be the second round for Erangel. Third round for the whole of day one, and we're just gonna be waiting on these teams that will be landing in just a few moments. The flight path is, biased towards the left side of the map, so they maybe few teams would go to Stalber or maybe Mansion. It's quite far, but we're still gonna be waiting for the circle if it will favor them later on, or maybe it will lean towards the right side of the map. Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're already seeing a little bit of a drop offs from the other teams. There is a whole team, I believe there's RRQ that's gonna be settling into the military base, and they're gonna be competing up against Virtus Pro.
Going on to more of the northern part of the map, but then yeah, everywhere else, I think everyone else is spread out. Ooh, this is gonna be an interesting circle. It's about 50% water. There's a lot of Sosnovka military base within it, and there's also the bottom part of the main Erangel map. But there's a lot of early game engagements coming in. Whose team is that getting picked off one after the other? I think it's the Bloodbath and Primorsk right now. Hopefully, we can see that really, really soon. But you expect with so much compounding, with lots of players just dogpiling on each other, we're not going to be seeing that many players later on, especially after this early game engagement.
Yep. For now, still gonna be waiting for some casualties. And again, it's still quite early, 2 minutes into the game. So, you don't really see a lot of engagements right now. But I think with Thundertalk Gaming, they will probably be not involved in just a few moments because they still need a place to stay. But Weibo Gaming, it does look like they have a place in their hands, but we do see something happening in the kill feed right here. The grenade will be thrown in just a few moments. I think he's just gonna be waiting for that member, but he does make it out alive. One member is currently down. The second also needing some revive. The Molotov ready to deploy, waiting for them to come towards, and I think it gives them enough time to revive his teammate, but the rest is going on as well. Vampire Esports will get one down, and I think INF are slowly becoming aggressive as well, hoping to get the job done. But right here, Raze gets two down. He does find one from Weibo Gaming, but he falls down. That's gonna be the first eliminated team right here.
INF pulling through again and again, but INF is down to their last play as well. So it's gonna be maybe too early run for that. Vampire Esports quickly takes back to number one spot in the leaderboard, so to be expected. And I think INF, their survivability just dropped so low after that engagement. So of course they wiped out Weibo Gaming, but at what cost? A lot of players. Just like that, third party wipes out influence range completely, and so they'll
No.
be having a little bit of an early out. And well, it's just a little bit unfortunate, but that's life, you know. Primorsk was a bloodbath. There was a lot of early game engagements. Vampire Esports coming in, DRS also nearby. So I think it's not over just yet. Vampire Esports still has only 2 eliminations, and DRS is nearby. Raze is surrounded by the players of Vampire Esports. Let me just take a look at the leaderboards real quick as to where DRS is. It looks like they're down to 2 players. We see Raze right now. I don't know where the other player is, but it's not gonna be a good position to be in, especially if Vampire Esports has spotted you already. And it looks like Vampire Esports, yeah, they're on the lookout. They're treading really carefully, careful not to trigger any audio cues, in fact, and giving away their location. So I think they're playing it really safe. They know someone's out here, and so they kind of want to get this animation in the bag. Looks like Example is going to be rotating into the area. It's going to be a potential 2 versus 4 DRS versus Vampire Esports. And Erase is going to be cooking up that grenade. And they have to throw that grenade very, very carefully, because once the grenade is thrown, that's as good as putting a flare out, you know, like telling everyone that you're there. So the RS Gaming is going to be taking this really, really slow, waiting for the right moment to strike. And I think that moment is right now. Raze is going to be going up. Example has been spotted, and very, very fast over here. Going to go on that rotation and trying to see if they can position themselves to go up against Vampire Esports too.
Yep. For now, Vampire Esports gets the job done. One member from DRS currently down, needing some backup. But I guess another casualty has been spotted. The second member currently down. And right here, Raze, the last member, we actually saw him drop 2 bodies. So I wonder if he's gonna make it alive right here. And yeah, since the Vampire Esports are currently looking for the last member, I think they will meet his demise later on, or unless he gets to set up a trap that is very, very effective. Who knows? The grenade is very much prepared, but again, the circle will be secured later on, and he does get eliminated right there as soon as he stood up. he was just down, and DRS Gaming will take the 15th spot.
Absolutely. And Vampire Esports, they're gonna be all alone and Primorsk right now, so I'll expect they're probably gonna be getting out of that place as soon. But still, it's within the circle, but they have a crossroads right now. They have a really good chance to go ahead and gatekeep that bridge between Erangel, the rest of Erangel rather, and then the military base as well. So if they're early on, they could go ahead and get that bridge for themselves just in case it's gonna be a military base end game, late game. But looks like Vampire Esports will be staying here nearby a little bit longer, especially with Alpha 7 Gaming kind of nearby. I think they have a little bit of audio cues, but I think they were actually just there the entire time. Either that or they rotated from somewhere else through the water. But yeah, Vampire Esports, it looks like they'll be getting out of that place. Might be going to Ferry Pier, which is nearby. Nearby Primorsk. Right now we're gonna be watching Alliance as well. They're still on the main island, just taking this area over here where people might swim towards another island, the other island, the military base. But it looks like the Xavier finds Burmese schools, one down. Master Ichi, in fact, needs it to get revived. There's a grenade cooking. Let's see where that's gonna be ending up. It's from the Xavier. I don't think it's gonna be exploding anyone like within anyone's vicinity. So it's just gonna be a 2 versus 1 sprays coming in with the car still making circles. Ooh, that was a potential vehicle elimination, but it has been finished off with a nice hit with those bullets. I think that was 2, that was 3 from Burmese schools, perhaps. Nope, it's just 2. Vampire Esports, in fact, suffering just a little bit from somewhere out there in the map. The last 2 players from Burmese schools are gonna be rotating out of the way, out of Pachinki into safety. It doesn't look like they have the advantage in that engagement over here. Alpha 7 is in trouble. Gizao is gonna be the last one standing. Last active player standing. No, rather, there's also Obscure that's very, very low on health. This guy needs to heal up before going in. Because one more bullet, one more graze of a bullet. In fact, if this guy throws himself off the second floor, this guy's gonna be seeing the lobby. But yeah, manages to heal up. That was the last of their healing items. Just gonna be going ahead and giving the revive. Looks like A7 will be coming back up as a 3-man team. A little bit of sprays on up against Vampire Esports. Not gonna be finding that kill, but Vampire Esports is gonna be half health. Ooh, another player as well. Both sides, they're gonna have to take note of their north and their west because there's a lot of places that Vampire Esports could be going in. Ooh, hovercrafts going into the water. Let's see how they utilize this vehicle for their advantage.
Um, can I just say, Vampire Esports, I think they're really chasing their demise right here. However, let's talk about that later on, but are here. Focus is the present team Flash is facing against all odds, trying to fight it, but nevertheless will get eliminated. That's just gonna be very sad. Alliance will move towards it completely intact with the 4 eliminations to their team. And back to my point of Vampire Esports, it's like it's like just put a curse on them once again. Since I mentioned that maybe they could get eliminated for them to be, stopped for the meanwhile. And right here, just look at them. They're left with 2 members remaining, and they just really have to stay for the winner chicken dinner. But right here, the rest of the teams, oh, actually, they're putting up a fight. No bandages, no medkits. Still, what a game. Well played. He knows. Actually, Zed knows that the enemy doesn't know his stuff. So he just went in, just charged right in. He's really good at close combat, so he just used a disadvantage, and they were able to take down Alpha 7. ASTRUM DEUS, on the other hand, they're trying to clean this place up, so they do have some idea that these players are kind of low on health. So they're just being very aggressive towards them, especially that they know Vampire Esports is currently the top 1 spot, so they have to stop them from advancing.
Absolutely. And of course, hopefully, they're efforts are going to be fruitful. But right now, Vampire Esports really holding on to their spot. They're still two-man team, still holding on to a lot of their lives. I don't know if they still have healing items, however. Astrum putting in some Molotov. Ooh, I think someone caught on fire. Let's see if they survive that. He's going to be running around a little bit hard on the locations right now. There's just a lot of smokes coming in. And if Vampire Esports take too much damage, that's a stage 3 circle that they have to worry about. Otherwise, somewhere out there in the map, Loops versus THUNDERTALK as well. Vampire Esports holding on to dear life still. Still, two-man team, ASTRUM DEUS is holding on as well to the position like vultures, waiting for eliminations for themselves. TIANBA is going to be joining in the fray. Alliance nearby. Wow, that is a knockdown away from their car. TIANBA is going to be suffering just a little bit. That's actually an elimination on their side. ASTRUM DEUS, storming into the warehouse. In fact, they wipe out Vampire Esports. Finally, these guys. But TIANBA versus Alliance, we're still going to be watching out for that. Play zone takes a few players. In fact, AD loses a few players to the blue zone. THUNDERTALK Gaming gets eliminated as well. We're down to 10 teams. We're almost there into the placement points territory. So any team that's just like trying to hold on, trying to wait for placement points, they are waiting patiently. Here, potential 1v1 with the guns. And with that, it's TIANBA that's going to be getting a knockdown on their side. They get the healing kit in before finishing them off. That blue zone is just going to be a lot of pressure to the teams that are still within the vicinity.
Yep, currently an update is going to be 10 teams remain. 2 members from TIANBA. So this is what I like, honestly. The top teams are just going to be moving towards the games with a lot of disadvantages. For Vampire Esports, they were eliminated quite early. INF, the same thing with INF. Alliance still with 2 members down, the same with TIANBA. So again, I love this because it really has an advantage for all of the teams. But right here, back into action, we do see some Ryu's action coming through. So RQ, they're just gonna be moving in. They do have some I think they got eliminations and they're just cleaning up the place right here, waiting for a few more members to get eliminated. But on the other hand, Loops are also suffering a lot of casualties. Inner Circle also gunning them down, waiting for them to go away and maybe go in for the cleanup.
Yes, going on to that cleanup, holding on to positions, Alliance down to the last 2 active players. Loops gonna be making their loops around. Ooh, that's a nice knockdown from Hamdulillah from Alliance. So that's one elimination as well. Alliance is still up in the running. Trying to see if they can find any other eliminations to have for themselves. That's a lot of damage taken by RRQ. Inner Circle putting a lot of bullets in. Lots of damage connecting, and still RRQ's gonna be standing. I think it's gonna be too easy to go ahead and give that revive. Inner Circle is gonna try a little bit harder than usual if they want to take down RRQ. But yes, they are holding on to their position in the military base, and it's a good thing the circle has favored their position so far. But there's a chance that might not be that case for long. And over here, we can see Loops trying to rotate into the bridge, running out of healing items sooner or later, just prioritizing those bandages for Astrum right now. I'm trying to get some from Inner Circle, and they're gonna be throwing some bullets in, and let's see if it's gonna be resulting into any knocks. But King Stan is taking a lot of damage, down to a quarter of their health. Loops eliminated. We saw that one player healing themselves up with no health whatsoever, and we're trying to rotate into the bridge. It didn't work out for well, but Inner Circle gets one player on their side. Ooh, ASTRUM DEUS might be in a little bit of trouble over here. 1 player left. Rather, 2 players active, I believe. So it might be a little bit hard, especially with the positioning getting flanked by Inner Circle. There's also a third Porky potentially nearby that might be RRQ as well. So let's just keep on watching, especially since that's stage number 4. Circle's going to close in a couple of minutes. So just going to put a little bit more pressure on these 3 teams.
Yep, right here, Inner Circle looking for more targets to pick, and he does find one. And they're falling, they're dropping like flies. Two members currently down. And I think they just want to make this one even. They want to eliminate them. Astrum Deus also trying to fight this one back. But right here, he's gonna be patient with this one. He gets spotted just right in time. And Inner Circle gets the job done. Eliminates Astrum Deus. What a perfect timing. It was such bad luck for Astrum Deus to stop shooting at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Inner Circle gonna be coming in just on standby. Our QR Urayu still within the Sosnovka military base island. Just on standby, still going up against IC. I think they're gonna be going in and going for the aggressive push right now. They're very nearby in the circle. And Noki is gonna put some damage in. That's two knockdowns. That's a nice shot from these guys. In fact, that's a Mosang that's gonna be falling, getting eliminated off completely. I don't know if they can go ahead and give that revive to any other player. Ooh, it looks like one more down, but it's gonna be DRX. It's gonna be claiming that knockdown for themselves. Playzone takes one from Alliance. In fact, Alliance is down to their last active player. Alliance loses 6-0-4-2 as well. I don't know if that's a complete squad wipeout. We'll be seeing that notification really soon. But I see there's still three players in, so that's a huge advantage, especially since DRX and DX both still have a full squad. But still, I see sitting at number 4, they've proven themselves already, and they've held their ground up against RQ Ryu. Now it's just two more players to deal with from RRQ Alliance. Yes, we got that confirmation that they got eliminated. Ooh, looks like Noki finds a knockdown as well. So it's just one more player on half health they have to deal with, and RQ will no longer be a thorn on their side.
Yup, Inner Circle once again becoming aggressive towards this one. They will find the grenade, hopefully get the team elimination down before they move back. DRX from afar waiting for the right time to strike. Inner Circle still using this place to at least give them some cover. And they will find that grenade elimination into RRQ and definitely will be eliminated now. 5 teams remaining. DRX on the move slowly but surely, trying to at least be very precise with their positioning, and hopefully they will get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully they will get the job done. After all, we're still in 5 teams left in this game. Kind of just waiting this out. Hoping something happens soon. But no, it's just a waiting game for everyone involved. The RX is gonna be rotating into the area where RQ and Inner Circle were having their standoff. But right now it's gonna be Inner Circle holding on to this area, but Inner Circle once again down to 3 players. Still the same as last time, but DRX is a 4-man squad. This might be a little bit hard, slightly on the terms of numbers advantage. It's just a slight advantage on DRX's part, but IC already has a 6 eliminations on their side, so it's gonna be easier for IC to ride on that momentum, try to one up DRX just a little bit. But I'm very curious to see where the rest of the players are. I mean, there's still the Xavier to worry about, and the last players from VP and TIANBA holding on to their life, hoping for those placement points. Otherwise, the real fight is actually going to be between Inner Circle and the Xavier and DRX as well. Right now, we're seeing DRX on our screen, just putting some free bullets in, try to see if we can get even a little bit of damage, but IQ is going to be fighting back. The X is nearby, coming in with their very noisy cars. Some sprays and no damage whatsoever. All in vain from side of Inner Circle.
And right here, 5 teams remain. DRX already gets the job done, one down. Inner Circle, and I think it's gonna be DRX versus Inner Circle right here. However, what I noticed with Inner Circle is they're very careful, so they could, maybe not engage this later on. Still waiting for something to happen right here, but the rest of the teams, the other 3 teams, are just waiting for the action to start before they can claim their winner chicken dinner. And yeah, Virtus Pro still very much active, just waiting for the chaos to ensue before he can try to get this 10 points for his team. And with actually they don't have elimination, so they are really trying their best to get the chicken dinner in this moment. So if they could get that, maybe they could push themselves towards the rankings. But yeah, again, it's the third game of today, so they will have to try their best from this point forward.
Absolutely. And we're all still waiting for any sort of progress on this map. I mean, we're looking at VP right now. There's also IC nearby. It looks like that stage circle rather. It's not gonna be favoring VP, so they're gonna have to keep moving. Ooh, there's a little bit of bullets coming here. It's gonna be the one versus one, quite literally, between TIANBA and VP if ever it happens. These are both a solo teams right now, and the good thing is Maldir has the stairs on their side, but Champa is going to be rotating out to the area. Gets spotted by the window. I don't know why this guy isn't like taking any shots in. Doesn't want to give away their location whatsoever. But Champa is definitely not worrying about that. Be coming in with the car. Ooh, shots in. That's nice. Waiting for the right moment to strike. With that, Champa gets taken by surprise. Gets eliminated off by the hand of VP, but right now VP still all alone. So this guy is getting as much points as possible with the situation that they have. In fact, that was the very first elimination on this game. So right now, once again, we're just gonna be watching Inner Circle versus the Xavier versus DRX.
Yep, four teams. The last four teams already trying to secure their spots, hoping to get the winner chicken dinner. But Inner Circle, one member will go down. Actually, marks their elimination right here, and he does fall down. I think. Oh, actually, still pretty much alive. And they're bleeding already, and I think in just a few moments, Inner Circle could meet their demise. DX, yeah, I believe so. Yeah, DX is the Xavier right here is pretty much alive. They do have the shed just to give them some cover. DRX, on the other hand, they do have a lot of space to use it to their advantage, and I think they're gonna be moving towards the circle even further. Inner Circle will lose another member. That's gonna be the last member trying to fight his way back into the game and maybe try to clean everything up, hoping to get that chicken dinner down. But DRX and DX have the highest chances of winning for this one.
Absolutely. We're all up for it. We're all just waiting for the time to go by. We're down to 14 still. Xavier getting shot at by Hyunbin from DRX, not finding any connections. It's just all in the patience. All locations have been given away practically, but still, it's not gonna be easy enough. I see down to last player alongside VP as well, as we saw a while ago. It's DX versus DRX, full squads versus full squads. DX, Xavier, the previous chicken dinner winners, they have 6 eliminations right now, and potentially they actually have a chance, a really big chance in getting this chicken dinner. DRX, however, pretty solid team as well. So I'm just waiting for these guys to shine all of a sudden. But right now they have a lot to prove to their fans, to the game. But looks like a VP is gonna be eliminated off completely. Their last player gets spotted and they're down as the fourth team in the placements. But here DRX is gonna be shooting at the Xavier right now. Still playing it safe, not really leaving this compound and giving it away, but they have to move it sooner or later, especially since that stage 7 circle is going to be closing in a couple of minutes, and it's definitely not favoring the position.
Yep, they're gonna be moving towards this one. Three teams remain. Inner Circle could be meeting, could be getting their third spot right here unless he gets to be the cleanup crew in later on. But for now, DX Xavier, they are taking to the center control. Actually, no, near an off center. I think they're really just circling this place right here to not be very, uh, to not get spotted quite easily. DRX are doing the same thing, but they are spread out, so it is gonna be very risky, and I think it will destroy them because he's being gunned down. One more shot, one more damage, and he will fall down, and the saver was just very strong for that. However, Inner Circle will meet its demise, taking number third spot right here for round number 3. DRX just again buying their time right here. One member needing its revive. And yeah, I think he gets spotted right here. In just a few moments, the grenade is coming in, and it does look like the Xavier has the highest chance since they have the higher ground, and they're just throwing these grenades.
Nice, your X numbers this like no, it's not numbers disadvantage. See, like 4 versus 4, 8 remaining players, 2 teams left remaining. The survivability of these two teams is amazing. They just have each other's back. And right now, the biggest factor between these teams is just how much resources that they have left. The mate teams fell just now, and that circle's still gonna be giving them a couple of seconds left to go. And Xavier still holding onto the ground. A one down still on their side. It's gonna be a trade off to Hyun Bin on the RX. So 3 active members on each side right now. Ooh, it looks like there's another knockdown on the side of the RX with a nice grenade throw. That's a finisher as well. Ooh, that vehicle knocked down one after the other, and it looks like that is the end. It's the Xavier with the back-to-back chicken
Oh,
dinner. The Erangel Kings of this tournament. That's absolutely insane. The Xavier pulling on to that second chicken dinner in a row. I'm really excited to see how this looks like on the leaderboards because so far they are absolutely on a roll. And hopefully these guys bring this sort of energy for the rest of the 24 maps that will be happening in this Sudden Invitational.
Yep, Dingo Savior onto their chicken dinner, and in just a few moments we'll be seeing their rankings. But it does look like they are getting, setting the momentum already, since they have started to move around round two. So we're gonna be waiting on that one, and in just a few moments we will see their rankings, and hopefully maybe they get placed, maybe catching up to Vampire Esports.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited to see that happen since Vampire Esports was only a few points away from rank number 2, which I kind of can't quite remember. The Xavier's kind of like in between, they're definitely not number
Mm-hmm.
1, but they are close. So I'm really excited to see how this leaderboard looks like because I think they have a decent amount of eliminations as well. So that's a 10 plus however much eliminations that they had. We're gonna be seeing that team stats. That's actually 11 eliminations. So that's a total of 21 whole eliminations for the rather not eliminations, total points for the Xavier for this map, and that's a 1.7k damage in total for these teams. Most of the coming from Liviso, who has 3 eliminations on their side. Player head to head, it's gonna be Liviso versus their fellow teammate Don 2, and that's a 3 versus 4 eliminations, and the damage just slightly a little bit more for Levi. So, and 431 for RNRX Dance 2. And knockouts, of course, the survival time is the same since they are teammates after all. But still, the fact that we have 2 really amazing players in one team, it's no wonder these guys had a back to back. Ooh. And it looks like these are our top 3 players for this match. And of course we have we saw a while ago with the head to head, let's see,
Mm-hmm.
Dansu and Leviso, and of course Federal from INF. This is the match rankings as well. Match number 3. Yes, the Xavier finally getting that number 1. Rather, this is just the match rankings. That's 21 points for the Xavier, Inner Circle with 11 points,
Oh.
Alliance with 10, and so on and so forth. Everyone else just getting single digits. And of course, I'm really excited to see what the overall rankings is gonna look like, and I think we're gonna be seeing this after this asset. And of course, we saw a while ago with back-to-back 2 Orangles going in to the Xavier.
Yep, definitely. And yeah, I mean, just look at the rankings right here. 21 points from DX Xavier, and the next is just 10-point gap. Of insane, really. And this is what I've been noticing about DX Xavier is they're slowly creeping their way towards the overall rankings, and maybe they could be leading day number one. Who knows? Vampire Esports, they did get eliminated. They even eliminated quite early. They still managed to get 7 eliminations. My prediction right here is that Vampire Esports will start to lay low because they will prioritize the chicken dinner points, and since they've already led with first place, they still have quite of enough points. I mean, they just really want to focus on the winner went dinner chicken dinner and maybe become aggressive towards the
Yes.
is leading and
Yes, 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 yes. And that's the overall ranking. Yeah, the Xavier still leading by 5 points up against Vampire Esports, finally overtaking them. Still number three is Inner Circle with 30 points, just trailing away with 3 points in. And that's a 1 point gap from Alliance sitting at number four. Influence Rage unfortunately dropped maybe 3 ranks all the way to 27 points. So that was a little bit unfortunate, especially for the teams that dropped down. But yes, we just saw match number three, that is the Erangel. We're going to be moving on to match number four, our very third Erangel later on, which is match number four, in fact. So, for those teams that shine in Erangel, especially the Xavier right now, who's on a roll, this is their last chance for Erangel. And next after that, they're gonna have to work a little bit harder for Miramar. It's gonna be a little bit testing the waters once again for the part of Miramar. So, but that's I think that's it for our second map for Erangel. So, we just crossed. We're about to cross rather the midpoint of this day number one. And of course, before we move on to map number four, you guys already know this. We will be going on to a short break. So, for those of you tuning in, thank you so much. We'll be seeing you in a few minutes. And just like that, we are back once again to PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle Season 2. Rather, this is Chapter 2, and we just saw map number 3, our second Erangel for this day number 1. And of course, we're going to be seeing the final Erangel map for today before we move on to the two Miramar maps. And of course, once again, we are your casters. I'm still Annie, and this is still Mike. Mike, any thoughts?
Yes, I am still Mike, but right here
Mm-hmm.
I think I am Moiki now. So yeah, we'll deal with
Wiki.
it. But yeah, thank you so much. And we're gonna be heading on to game number 4 in just a few moments. But very surprising right here for Dingo's Savior to already start the fire. And I think they're gonna be ramming towards it later on. Vampire Esports will still try their best to take back their number 1 spot. And I think it was just, it was really funny. It was such a poetic justice moment because I kept mentioning a while ago that Vampire Esports are gonna be on fire unless if they're gonna be stopped quite earlier. And just a few moments they did get stopped earlier. So I think that one's on me, guys. I'm sorry. But yeah, later on, I do think I have some predictions right here. With Vampire Esports, since they already got punished by their aggression, their ramifications. I think they're gonna be laying low. Maybe they will start to engage when there are around 8 teams remaining. This could drag the game quite slower, but at the end of the day, the conclusion of the game will only happen when the circle is just really small. So this will probably be some new momentum for the last round of Erangel. For the rest of Miramar could be even more challenging with how the terrain is formed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the last Erangel map. After that, they can't use the same strategies that they used in Erangel anymore. It's gonna be whole different game. Not really whole, but like more or less whole different vibes, for the Miramar map. But still, we're still in Erangel. Gonna be our last one, in fact. So for the teams that did really well in the two Erangel maps, congratulations. But for those who keep getting picked off so early on, what they could do, maybe choose another drop off area, maybe play it safe, and maybe I don't know, like just check what you did wrong in the previous maps and then try to correct it in this map number 4. But then still, it's still day number 1. We still have so many map stuff to go for this tournament, so many opportunities to correct any sort of mistakes that could happen later on. And of course, we're gonna be looking forward to that, especially for the fans of these teams. And of course, before we go to the second half of this tournament, of course, do like and subscribe to the to the production teams, and of course our YouTube channel, and all the socials of Red Events, as well as 141 Esports. I think you guys have seen their Instagram posts as well. Do give them a follow. And of course, without further ado, we will be moving on to our from the northwest all the way to the southeast.
Yep, it really is good that we're gonna be ending round number 4, the last round for Erangel right here in a very equal map, since they're gonna be split evenly, almost evenly, I can say. But it's gonna be reachable by these teams. I do think though that no one's gonna be staying on Primarchs rather. Maybe Fairy Pair. I don't see that happening, but it is again a very situated on the center of the map. So again, I mean, in a way, we could see a slower pace of the game. It still depends on the circle, but I do think that some players have already started to adjust their strategies heading on to the second half of the day.
Ooh, nice first circle. A little bit of a 15%, maybe 20% water up top, including the river that runs in between. But still not too much worrying. But DRS, it looks like they have a knife knockdown. And funny enough, love the resources, love the guns that come up to go against Tianba. And Tianba, I think they're suffering just a little bit. They literally just put their feet on the ground. What is that knife again? Two different knife eliminations, but immediately that is going on to Karma to the back of Alpha 7 Gaming. And that's just a little bit short-lived a victory on their part. Vampire Esports rather gets the credit for that. DRS as well gets a bunch of eliminations on their side. In fact, Tianfa just lost their second to the last player. They are now a solo team. In fact, Gigi Bond, I don't know what this guy's gonna do all alone. Especially with the RS just doing about the corners. Ooh, there's actually a knockdown example is gonna be falling from the hands of Gigi Bono or Gigi Bond. So well, they're being surrounded. I don't think it's gonna be easy. Going out the window, I mean the door rather. It's not a good idea. DRS walks away with the 4 eliminations into their pockets. Easy on. Example can still be revived. Cyclone just needs a good healing kit and they're good to go. They're absolutely good to go. And we're already down to 16 teams so early on. Barely 3 minutes into the game.
Yup, we're moving on already. Tianba is eliminated, and wow, I mean, I just mentioned it last game that I want the high performing teams to get eliminated quickly, you know, and I think it's really working. I'm really sorry, guys. I didn't mean it. I was just speculating, but I guess it's happening. So, and even Vampire Esports already lost 1 member, so this is concerning. I mean, concerned. I'm concerned about myself right here because I could be, you know, I could be the soothsayer. But at the end of the day, it's just gonna be these teams trying their best to, you know, make some mark. Alpha 7. Oh, no, actually, rather, it's Team Flash. They're gonna be getting some points, and it's the INF who is suffering the casualties right now. One member is currently needing some revive. The other one will be needing some help. So, oh my god, this is insane. So, did I really just curse them? I think I did. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop that. But yeah, Law, however, would be the last member surviving right here, and I think he will just be trying his best to rack up some kills, or maybe the cleanup crew later on.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, unfortunately, INF's last one not going down without a fight. Team Flash fights back with a couple of bullets for themselves. There's a grenade cooking, and I'm sure it is on its way. ETA towards INF's Law, but you're gonna be having a hard time. This building is huge, so I mean, they're gonna have to aim that grenade really, really good. Give away their location, though, with that grenade. I think they're trying to draw attention. But on the other hand, that grenade bounced back towards FL. I don't know what's happening over here, but FL can definitely go in with their numbers advantage. It's going to be easier for them to take down Law. Otherwise, Vampire Esports has A7 to worry about. Law should probably get out of there. Not a really good spot to be in. Vampire Esports, we're watching them out because they have 4 eliminations right now. Alpha 7 Gaming all the while gets wiped out just like that. Easy, easy. Lemon squeezy. We're down to 15 teams. A loss still alive. Might be 14 if Team Flash gets this guy.
Yup, and right here, Law is waiting for these enemies that are trying to catch him already, and they're just really hungry for blood. They're hungry for points. They're hunting down the top performing teams. But while that was happening, it was just sad right here for A7 Alpha 7, since they're gonna be removed as well. But for now, Law is just he can't even get out of this one. He has to jump out of the building, but they can't do it. He's being, you know, he's being heavily guarded by Team Flash. So once he jumps out, he just gets spotted, and oh, he still puts up a fight. The shotgun hits. It misses, but he moves back. They're trying to bait up the shots right here, but he can't do anything, as they have just stormed throughout him, and Influence Rage gets eliminated.
And just like that, more down to the dust. 55 players left remaining. Kind of just waiting for something to happen over here. I mean, it's just a little bit more peaceful than usual. Still, DK not really participating too much. They already got picked off. A7 down, and they are now. I mean, we saw a while ago they got eliminated of INF, of course. We saw a while ago as well as TIANBA, and DX still sitting up top. And with Vampire Esports getting that squad wipeout so early on, they're actually just a point difference from the Xavier. So the Xavier has to work a little bit harder in order to continue holding on to that number one spot. But otherwise, it goes the other way as well. Vampire Esports getting their throne back, their number one spot back from the Xavier. But then again, once again, this is still map number 4. There's still so many things that could happen. In fact, there's still 20 more maps pending after this. But silently climbing is actually inner circles. Not too flashy, but still the fact that they're at number 3, even though we're not really seeing them like being too flashy, getting too much eliminations, getting all those chicken dinners, it's still they're still there holding on to number 3. They're finishing maybe ranked number 3, ranked number 2, and they're racking up so much placement points quietly with all those eliminations as well. And Alliance from Salcom Digi silently climbing as well. In fact, they're only a point away from Inner Circle, so this is gonna be really interesting. And unfortunately, Influence Rage got picked up a little bit too early, so they don't have any chance of getting more points and progressing into this game. What just happened? They hit the cars. I think Burmese Schools is just having a little bit of fun over here, making some audio cues, trying to find any sort of engagement, but it's gonna be too early for that, especially since we're still stage 2. So if no one's running into anyone else, they're gonna have to be a little bit more patient.
14 teams. And the circle. Okay, at least it's a bit generous this time. But right here, I think we're gonna be seeing a lot of action since all of the teams are already coming inside the circle and most of them are already huddled. WEIBO Gaming, however, are approaching from the left side, and they're kind of a bit far from the rest of the team, so they have the time to concentrate themselves. But right here, as while I'm talking, Inner Circle is already suffering casualty and we'll be waiting for that elimination. And I really noticed that a lot of these top performing teams are falling down one by one. So this could really, set them up for disaster later on. But yeah, I mean, the rest of the teams are really just enjoying their time. What I noticed though is that Dingo Savior, they haven't yet a kill, but they're pretty much alive. So again, the one I predicted for Vampire Esports, I think Dingo Savior are doing that right now. But at the same time, Vampire Esports could be doing the same thing. But with DRX, they are kind of spread out. I mean, only one number is spread out, so he could get some kills right here, or he could get spotted and he could get eliminated with a grenade.
DRX moving on to their spot. A little bit clustered. Ooh, some wall bangs coming in from Loops. Trying to see if we can get any locked in. And of course, Team Flash finding some members of IC. I don't know if this is going to be a confirmation yet, but they do have some knockdowns on their side. And while Inner Circle trying to get some revenge eliminations up against Inner Circle, let's see if they can actually connect any sort of damage, especially with the disruption of the vision. Okay. Ooh, nice shot within the smoke. I see one player going down. They're gonna be finishing the job just like that. FL's a win. That's no reason whatsoever that this guy can be holding on to their name. Winning, absolutely winning these gunfights. Now, IC's down to their last 2 players. Thanks to Team Flash's win with that beautiful shot through the smoke. But here we're gonna be watching the Xavier once again, the back-to-back. Will this be a back-to-back-to-back, in fact? Winner chicken dinner for these guys, or will someone break the streak? It's also possible, especially since there's still so many up-and-coming teams that might be able to snag that title from the Xavier, and of course we'll be holding on to that kind of excitement. But right now it's still 11 minutes into the game, so
we're expecting maybe a little bit quiet for about 13 minutes or so. But yeah, some bullets here and there, not really connecting, especially since that circle isn't really pressuring the teams to move just yet and go for that survival of the fittest. Everyone's just taking positions, and although there are compounding, it's just shots here and there, not really seeing much happening on the kill feed.
Mm-hmm. And for now, since nothing's happening on the kill feed, pretty much just like showing their cars right here. It's like a car expo, but yeah, nothing will be happening, and I think we're just gonna be waiting for the next circle to arrive, stage 4. And yeah, I mean, pretty much nothing really is happening. So the rest of teams, Dingo Savior, they're again taking their time. They don't really want to push their luck right here. The same goes for Vampire Esports, but the inner circle, 2 members are down. Alliance still alive, but no eliminations. Other team, wait. Team Flash has already got one moment down. They did get those skills. I think that's gonna be from Virtus Pro. So they lost with 1 member. And yeah, I mean, these teams are just slowly racking up those skills. There's nothing really impactful is happening. They're just at their area. They just want to get some cover before they can go for some action. But I think something's happening right here.
Yeah. Move it down. Okay, there we go. Ragdoll going down like a ragdoll. In fact, FL win you again. These guys slowly climbing up with 8 eliminations already, and if they keep this up, they could get a lot of placement points to go along with that. Right now, they are going deep within the blue zone, trying to see if they can reposition. But here, DRX holding on to this shed. Not really a big fan of this position. They should probably move soon, whenever the timing allows. But here, Team Flash, pretty happy for these guys. They've been lounging about in maybe the second half of the leaderboard, and right now they're finally steadily climbing, and I'm really hoping to see that because Team Flash is a really strong team, especially if we've watched previous tournaments that they've participated in. They have a good track record. Right now they're showing us that exactly. Once again, FL win, try to see if they can find another elimination on their side. In fact, this could be their 4th elimination. Let's see if Win can get that. Goes and embarks the car, tries to rotate near into the area. There's DRX nearby. There's also another team towards their western position. That's actually DRS. Grenades coming out from the side of Alliance. Let's see if they can get some eliminations on their side. There's one player that needs a revive. Looks like DRS finds Win fall stops also. That's 2 knockdowns on the side of FL, but Bo is getting that double knock on their side. That's just gonna knock down DRS just a little bit. In fact, DRS is down to 1 active player left. FL meanwhile all the while 2. Ooh, Zapple gets eliminated completely. Get that, Cyclone's the only active player left, half health right now, hiding behind the smokes. If this guy gets picked off, it's all over, and I don't know where this guy is gonna go. Maybe going ahead and try to revive their place, but it's not really a good place to be. Cyclone's getting shot at right now. I don't know if this guy is gonna be surviving this. Manages to get within the area of DRS. They're gonna be going behind this hovercraft trying to revive. Let's see if they're gonna be successful with that. Looks like Frags might be seeing another day. Alliance meanwhile hiding behind this tree, trying to get some shots in up against Burmese schools. Maybe finding them, maybe not. Oh, DRS Gaming just got eliminated off just like that, with the Xavier swooping in as the third party, helping them out. And it looks like Team Flash is perhaps still in the game. Let's see if we can find them in the map. Can't quite find them yet. Let's just confirm later on.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, for now we're gonna be moving on to the next stage. And I think wait, how many teams are remaining? Wait. Anyways, since we're gonna be situated right here in the middle, I think we're gonna be seeing some action already. WEIBO Gaming are just really chilling right here, so I think they're gonna be waiting for that winner chicken dinner. But they do need a lot of kill points for now, since they really have to climb up the ladders. But for now, Dingo Savior already on the move, gets one down, waiting for that confirmation, and I think they are DRX on the run. They are on trouble. They still manage to fight back. Gets one down. Gets the second one. Almost down. But he makes it out alive. Still, DRX looking in different directions, trying to eliminate them one by one. The danger zone also catching up to them slowly but surely. It does itch already a little bit. Grenades coming in to at least push them back, but Alliance gets another on the other side of the map. It's gonna be Loops suffering those casualties. On the other hand, Dingo Xavier will be eliminated, and that's just gonna be it.
That's it, absolutely. Ooh, Alliance. 6042 is a really pretty lady, and I'm really happy to see the females joining the game. And I can say females because I am one. So Alliance, yeah, coming up, trying to see if they can get another kill in the bag, but unfortunately they're gonna be down just by one elimination. Two active players left and two more needing that revive. I think they're losing health really, really quickly. Talent and all for one already so low on health, and I think this isn't a prime time to go ahead and get that revive yet. They're gonna be I don't think they have a chance of getting revived at this rate, and that's just gonna go through. Ooh, nice shot coming in from Alliance, but of course it's gonna be short-lived. Still, at least they have 4 eliminations on their side. But 6042 is going to be the last person standing. So it might be a little bit hard, especially if you look at that mini map. Not going to be easy whatsoever. So not gonna be fun, especially for last person standing. Loops! Oh my gosh, speaking of last person standing, Loop will be saying goodbye as the number 9 team. Might be number 8 soon, especially since this team is getting shot at by TRX right now, trying to find their 6th elimination.
Yup, a few more teams remaining. And right here, they're suffering those bullets. One by one, they're going to be dropping off. Alliance will be eliminated, taking 8th number spot. And to be followed by Vampire Esports, taking the 7th spot. And right here, this is going to be good. For me at least, since we have here the bottom teams already making it up to the top 6. DRX with 2 members remaining. And this is really, this could be a game changer. So here on ASTRUM, DEUS gets one down. Ooh, there we have it. Another RQ gets another of those points. I think they're going to be waiting for the confirmation kill. And ASTRUM, DEUS are dropping off, and I think they will be eliminated in just a few moments. Unless they can fight back. THUNDERTALK Gaming is still, outside. They're not being spotted for now, but I think they will be taking their time.
Absolutely taking their time. Ashindi is still last person standing. However, Kings might be in trouble, especially with RRQ just lounging about, trying to hunt them down. And that smoke's gonna give away like information that there's someone out there. But all the while, the RX finds THUNDERTALK as well. Wow, there's a lot of teams that already got eliminated off. We're down to 6 teams, and of course the X might not be getting after all that chicken dinner. But RRQ, it's a 3 versus 1. A little bit of an overkill. Vampire Esports once again says goodbye. Just a while ago, DRX is still in the game. 2 active players, ASTRUM, DEUS all the while eliminated. Wow, that's a nice shot from DRX, but it's gonna be surrounded by RRQ. But none of those bullets just connected. Okay, Sexy. Coming in, gets shot at. Definitely did not stand a chance. RQ had the numbers advantage and very quickly moves sang and takes Saxe's spot. So gonna be shooting at the other team. Looks like that might be THUNDERTALK Gaming still in the game. Definitely has the placement points that we need. BG, last person standing is, where is this guy? AJ hiding behind this vehicle, trying to stay alive. And this map is just a little bit messy. Okay, RQ still nearby. AJ's not gonna be throwing that those shots in. Just trying to get that trigger discipline in the bag. Goes for those grenades instead. Let's see if it hits. Not gonna be happening. Stop leaving. Trying to shoot at the smoke. Not gonna be connecting any bullets just for it.
Yep. And with the last 4 teams on the move, they have the highest chances right here to win this one out. THUNDERTALK Gaming is alive with the numbers, but right here, looks like they're gonna be biting the dust in just a few moments. RQ Ryu still alive. and it's just gonna be one, three teams against a complete team right here, and with Thundertalk being eliminated, it's just gonna be at this point. Weibo Gaming all alive, but right here, Burmese Ghouls still trying to fight their way back. RQ Ryu with nowhere to be seen. They could be. Actually, I do think Weibo Gaming could get eliminated if RQ Ryu and Burmese Ghouls would try to, team team up with the two of them, and I think they are kind of doing that sort of, since they are targeting enemies from the Weibo Gaming, but they will eliminate one more team. That's gonna be Burmese Ghouls, and they're just gonna be chasing this one down, hunting down RQ Ryu's last member just behind the instructor, gunning him down. And I think in just few moments you will hear the head pop, the cars coming through, ready to smash in, and they will get him down. That's gonna be a winner chicken dinner. Game number 4 towards Wave Gaming.
Oh my gosh, Weibo Gaming definitely needs the placement points from this. Congratulations to Weibo Gaming, especially since we saw in the previous games these guys always get picked off so early on, and it's just a nice breath of fresh air to finally see them pop off. At least they got the 10 points for the placement points. So congratulations once again to Weibo Gaming, and hopefully we can see that team stash that we'll be seeing later on. And kudos to them for the survivability. There's a lot of top ranking teams that got picked off so early on. It was actually a battle, rather. It's a battle of the page 2 of the leaderboards, and that made things a little bit more interesting, since it just gave them a chance to rack up those placement points. And I'm really excited to see how this is going to affect the leaderboards later on. And of course, we're going to be seeing those stats really soon. But for now, yes, once again, congratulations to Weibo Gaming. And that was our last Wrangle map for today. After this is going to be map number 5 and map number 6 with the 2 Miramars. Totally different gameplay, but still, all the while, still needs your game sense, your presence of mind, your communication with your teammates, and we're all up for it. But still, gonna be the team stats for now.
Yup, Weibo Gaming gets the winner chicken dinner, and what incredible timing! I've been talking about, how I wanted the bottom players to get the wins for now, and we just see the top performing teams get eliminated one by one. So it was very surprising on my end. But we have here our head to head with Bose from Team Flash and 2ED from Vampire Esports. Still, match number 4, it ended quite the same, just 64 eliminations, 2 grenade. I mean, it's pretty much just the same with less healing this time.
Mm-hmm. And so 64 eliminations. Yep. Yeah, I think everyone got eliminated off beautifully. There's a lot of eliminations coming in, just a little bit less healing. And yes, the top 3 of the match, of course, VP is a Red Bull with the 5 eliminations. Bose is still 5 as well. And this is the match rankings. Of course, Weibo Gaming, congratulations with the 7 kills and the 10 placement points. Definitely need those points for themselves. RQ coming in second with 11. Team Flash, only eliminations, is still coming up with 10. Pretty comparable to RQ's Ryu with 11. Just a 1 point gap. And to think that was all from kills and no elimination points whatsoever. So that means they were either the 9th team or beyond to get the rankings. But yeah, speaking of rankings, wow, look at that total number of points. There's a lot of tension, especially with number 1, number 2, D Xavier, and Vampire Esports only gap with 1 point. But Alliance trailing it at number 3. It's a little bit of a bigger gap with 8 points. So gonna be really interesting, especially with how Miramar's gonna tip the scales. But of course, we just wrapped up match number 4. We're gonna be going on to match number 5 really soon. Everyone's gonna be looking forward to that whole new gameplay. As I said a while ago, no more Wrangle, definitely no more Rondo with the recall towers. And I mean, Miramar, gonna be a lot of high grounds, gonna be a lot of camping, gonna be a lot of cars as well. And there's a huge chance that the final moments of the game are gonna be an open field. So with that, I think we're gonna be going on to a short break before the match number 5 is gonna start. So before that happens, of course, we'd like to thank so much everyone who's been tuning in, and of course, thank you to the production team for making this possible. Run events and one for one esports. And yes, we will be moving on to match number 5. But before that happens, we will be going on to a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon. We are back to once again the PUBG Mobile Invitational Summer, a sudden rather sudden battle chapter 2. And of course, there's still your casters, and we just saw the conclusion of our three Erangel maps just a while ago, just a few minutes ago. And of course, once again, as discussed, we will be moving on to the two Miramar maps. And of course, we saw the leaderboards a while ago. I think there's a lot of tension towards the first few rankings, and especially rank number one, number two, with a 1 point gap between them. And there we have it. The drop zone predictions. Looks like no one wants it to get the Southern Isles. There's a little bit of compounded within mostly the middle of the map. But surprisingly, there is a team planning to drop off to the Campo Militar if ever it happens. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing if they'll be following through with that later on. But yes, these are the drop zone predictions. Could be changed depending on the flight path as usual. And of course, Mike, do you have anything to say so far with our upcoming games?
I mean, there is kind of a competition right here towards the center. So, in a game like Miramar, it is it's interesting to look at since the center usually is a risky place to land. You could get spotted by different teams just around you, but I think they're gonna be playing it a bit risky right here. It's still day one, so a lot could go wrong, but it doesn't really get punished until day number 3. However, since we're gonna be moving for Miramar, the last two games for tonight, it is gonna be very interesting to see that which team will end it tonight.
Absolutely. And pretty excited if ever the Xavier could get their third chicken dinner for this day number one, or maybe we have another surprise waiting for us. I mean, Weibo Gaming sitting on page number 2 of the leaderboards, all of a sudden getting that chicken dinner. Absolutely love that sort of events, but of course, other teams that are really, really fighting for those placement points as well as those elimination points. I think it's just a matter of balance, finding that balance within the game. And of course, we did see that flight path going up all the way to La Cobre area, and might be a little bit too inaccessible, especially with Minas del Sur, maybe Campo Militar as well, just a little bit too far out of reach. And everyone hopefully will just be landing within the middle or the southeastern part of this Miramar Peninsula. But of course, what's important is where that circle is gonna end up, because if it's gonna go to El Pozo, that's gonna be a little bit funny, especially maybe a little bit more funny if it's going to Valle de Mar. But no, it's gonna be within the flight path. A little bit of El Pozo is gonna be taken in by the play zone, but otherwise there's maybe 70% of the lobby within the circle, and already there's an elimination. INF has lost one member.
Definitely, it's just begun, but I think one member will fall down, and I think it's just gonna be another effect of my sort of wish, I guess, a while ago that top performing teams will be hunted down. Who knows? Maybe it will come true this time around. Maybe it will not. But it is Miramar's. It is a different type of game to out. And yeah, it does look like ASTRUM DEUS are also getting some bullets in, and I think they were able to take down members from TIANBA, which is also a very performing team in the previous games.
Yes, absolutely. And there's a lot of sprays coming in, especially with INF trying to find any sort of revenge kill, trying to make that a 1-2. In fact, what is happening? There's so many people getting picked off all of a sudden. In fact, Tianba is down to their last player, which is really unfortunate because they haven't had a good run so far. And it's just taking a toll on their play. But yes, influence, rage, first blood, and a first blood, not only as a player, but also the whole team getting taken out too early on. And Tampa might be holding on to a threat as well, especially since they're only a last person standing. But Vampire Esports, one player definitely needs to revive. One active player left. A7 versus Alliance are still at it up each other. Pecado might be a little bit of a hot drop zone right now. There's a lot of violence coming in, especially considering the fact that they haven't looted all that much yet. Yes, looks like Alliance is losing one player after the other as well. Might not be having a good time. In fact, just from the leaderboards, Shu needs to revive, and two active players are still left. Weibo Gaming up against Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports might be seeing their end really, really soon. And it's just an absolute mess. It's not even 4 minutes into the game yet.
Mhm. Not even 4 minutes into the game, Weibo Gaming already making their first kill. And I think they could be getting some more, but Alliance, what I do notice though in this game, there's been a lot of casualties as early as 4 minutes, which could also be, could also slow down the paces later on. But Alpha 7 gets one down as well. And Inner Circle, I mean, there are a lot of teams huddled together in different parts of the map. And this is what I've been thinking about as well in the drop zone prediction, is that there are a lot of teams that are quite near to each other. So this could be very disadvantageous. And we have already Tianba will fall down. And that's gonna be the first team to be eliminated. No, actually, actually, it's another team eliminated out of the equation.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams holding on as well. Vampire Esports down to the last player. Alliance down to their last two players. Several teams need revives. So Vampire Esports, no, that's not a good look. And that's an end for them too early on. They're definitely not going to be getting that ranked number one back anytime soon during this map. Maybe it'll happen in map number 6, but definitely not right now. What is happening? DRS Gaming also 38 teams left, 49 players left remaining, and it's barely been 5 minutes into the game. What is happening over here? They didn't seem compounded during the flight path, so I don't know if it's because they just run into each other too often. They gotten too aggressive. I'm not sure. It's not even over yet. Alliance versus A7. Considering the fact that All for One is the only one left, still going on the aggressive. I don't know what this guy's thinking, but I respect it. Throwing in the grenade. Has another one left. Two left. Oh, 1 versus 1. Actually gets this elimination. Okay. Okay. I respect that. All for One gets that one elimination on their side. In fact, no. Alliance still has two active players. I don't know where the other one is, but that's a risky risk-taking. Definitely paid off. But All for One's half health. Potential 1 versus 1. They jump out the window. Too risky. Goes in the window. Sprays on. Information coming in. Goes to the ground floor. Grenade coming up. Might be cooking that grenade in. A7 trying to see if they can get an angle. Give away their location with the grenade. 2 versus 1. Lots of patience. I don't know where the other player is. Where is Halland's? Halland's definitely is needed in this situation, but right now it's a potential 2 versus 2 wherever the other player from Alliance is.
And yeah, for now, Alliance still, two members remaining. But while that was happening, Inner Circle are also starting to move. They're already hunting down Weibo Gaming. So in just a few moments, maybe they could finalize this one. However, oh, actually, getting another one. And in just a few moments, I guess, Weibo Gaming still suffering from Inner Circle. However, on Alliance, they're also trying to hide. And I think just put aside, the timing is insane, but he walks through it. And he gets gone down. He will fall down. Alpha 7 on the other hand gets another point, but Alpha Alliance on the other hand from the back will try to fight this one back. Burmese Ghost also getting eliminated. And it's gonna be up to the last member of Alliance right here. He has to fight back. He has to put an end to this one, but he gets taken down quite easily.
Ooh, and all the while, I mean, look at the leaderboards. What is happening over here? 7 minutes into the game. We're down to, I believe, 11 teams and 33 players left remaining. Alliance, of course, we saw a while ago, they got eliminated off. Loops, doing well for eliminations.
One player has disconnected. I think they got picked off early on. Still, DX is in the game. I don't know where these guys are, however, where the positioned in. I don't think they've had their first engagement yet. But WEIBO Gaming still alive. Two players left. Three eliminations in. Might be their fourth, especially with Inner Circle just lurking about nearby. I mean, this is gonna be a little bit hard. There's a lot of buildings. Ooh, order might be going in the building. Jump shot, 1 versus 1 within the window. But they're trying to linger about with the revive of the one player from Inner Circle. And of course, WEIBO Gaming does have the backup from behind. Some grenades. Ooh, that's a Molotov. That's taking a lot of damage for Order, but manages to heal up just in time. The other person from WEIBO Gaming coming in as backup. Let's see if they can go ahead and sandwich Inner Circles. They have a numbers disadvantage, especially up against IC, but just one player, however. But right now, WEIBO Gaming is definitely trying to go on the aggressive. In fact, all of these teams are going on the aggressive. Otherwise, the Xavier and RQ going up at it against each other in some other part of the map. But right now, we're looking at Mikado, WEIBO Gaming, and Inner Circle going up against each other. Still at a stalemate, holding on to their positions. Mostly outside is WEIBO Gaming, and inside Inner Circle, going through this staircase, seeing if they're trying to get some shots. And that's a nice shot. C24 GP falls by the hands of Order. That's just a knockdown, however. They need a confirmation. And IC can still go ahead and give that revive. But they're definitely pressuring the rest of the players. Ooh, that's another shot down. That's very easy peasy lemon squeezy for them. Two down from the side of IC. And in fact, their whole team gets wiped out. WEIBO Gaming outplays them.
WEIBO Gaming gets another point already, and I think they're starting to move slowly in this one. And they could be potentially catch up to the #1 spot. I mean, it's still quite far, but they are getting a move on. And there's already 6 points to their name. Vampire Esports already eliminated with 4 eliminations. Surprising to see at this one. RQ on the other hand will try to fight back, try to eliminate DX out of the equation. But for now, they're still trying to fight back, and they're gonna be taking their time slowly. WEIBO Gaming on the other hand, still 2 members remaining, but they could still put up a fight. And I think Team Flash is also taking them down one by one. RRQ suffering a lot of those casualties. Last 2 members remain. And it's just going to be up to these two to at least try to turn everything around.
We need to turn this around. Just a few more casualties, I think. We're down to 10 teams. And 30 players left remaining. A little bit hard for these teams right now. Oh, what was just that? All of a sudden, you just fall to the ground. The Xavier gets eliminated off. There's another team heading to dust. 9 teams left remaining. We're still 11 minutes into the game. This is a pretty aggressive first Miramar map, and I'm all up for it. If the energy is just like this all the time, we're gonna have a fast-paced elimination-based game. So the thing about this is most of the top ranking teams are actually going to be the first casualties. WEIBO Gaming is still holding on, however, but we can see VP taking down members of DRX one after the other. So that's a 1. And they might be finding, actually it's just that one player from DRX that got taken out, but VP is going to be closing in really soon. Move squad versus squad within this area, within this warehouse, within this scaffoldings. But it's all gonna be trying to get some shots through any sort of wall, because DRX has a really good position, all the while VP still arrived really early on into the power grid.
Yep. And we have 9 teams remaining. WEIBO Gaming still looking at the top that are currently alive, followed with Virtus Pro. But right here, Team Flash is also starting to garner a lot of points as well. Virtus Pro with 3 members remaining, they're trying to remove DRX out of the equation. And with ASTRUM DEUS also trying to prepare for a fight right here, but the grenade catches him down. And THUNDERTALK Gaming would, I think, be getting the Xavier out of the map for now. No, actually, that's ASTRUM DEUS. And collaborated with a Team Flash that are also doing the same thing. That's gonna be it, and we're already left with around eight teams, and in just a few moments, maybe we could slim it down to a few more. But 13 minutes already, the pace is really fast for this one. Surprising for a map like Miramar, which is usually which usually takes a long time. It's a map with a huge terrain they can use for advantage, but the DRX gets one down before they get raided completely. Pro getting move on slowly but surely, advancing towards the area. DRX will manage to put up a fight, and Virtus Pro jumps them down, hoping to get them down with a shotgun in hand. Still, will Virtus Pro make it? I think he will have a difficult time with this one. And he does get damaged a lot already, so it will cost him his life if he continues this one.
Okay. Off up for it. Grenades coming in. VP throws it. TRX is still clustering. All the while, somewhere out there, BG up against THUNDERTALK, I believe. There's several players needing to revive. Potential 1 versus 1 behind the door. And there's one down on the side of VP. They're getting those revives just in time. A little bit of healing here and there. What was that? Dez took so much damage. That's basically like 5 HP left. It's a good thing this guy didn't get knocked down. That might be a little bit of trouble. But right now it's gonna be Aragon is gonna be the last person standing, and with that last shot, ERX snags those 4 elimination, going up against Virtus Pro, eliminating them off the game completely. Once again, guys, we're already on placement points, but it's still 14 minutes into the game. Love the energy coming in from these 17 teams participating. Absolutely love it. We're down to 20 teams. 20 players rather, not teams, might be going down really, really soon, especially since Loops has found THUNDERTALK on their scopes.
hmm And right here, oops, if they could just get a few shots in, maybe they could get that win. And THUNDERTALK could be at least aware of other current enemies that are from afar. However, Loops will probably be looking for another area to camp and to maybe look for some eliminations. But since we are at the 15th minute mark, 7 teams, I do think the pace will slow a little bit. I think it will be that. Other teams, however, still they're pretty much active, but they really just have to look for those enemies, especially with how the terrain is formed. And one member from WEIBO Gaming will be downed. And yeah, just a few more. I think that's left with the last member, which is also very hard. It's gonna be very hard for him to avenge his team. I think there is just no chance in bringing him back to life with how far he is and how. Yep, definitely. He just gets ended right there, and with no one, no one to be with. Weibo Gaming really is a disadvantage.
Oh, might be going into a little bit of a plateau after all that violence a while ago. We're still at 19 players. 7 teams is still standing. Weibo Gaming down to the last player. A7, a duo alongside Ryu. Loops, 3 players, as well as ZRX. I'm shot again. Team Flash might be the scopes of Weibo Gaming. In fact, Weibo Gaming is the last solo player. They're still trying their best to get as much points as possible. Even if it costs them their life, Order takes so much damage, but still manages to get away with the sliver of health that they need. And with that, RQ Ryu though is still a duo and hiding beneath this warehouse. And there's also Team Flash kind of nearby. If they just don't make any audio cues, they'll be fine. But I'm sure Team Flash is still preoccupied with watching out for Weibo Gaming. The last person from Weibo Gaming is just Order, in fact. And we're watching this guy already with 4 eliminations on their side, and they're a solo player and looking for their 5th, in fact. And they're just trying to scope out the place where Team Flash is. Not gonna be finding that body anytime soon. Not gonna be finding that hitbox. But still, what matters is this guy is definitely not gonna be giving up, trying to find that kill for themselves. All the while THUNDERTALK Gaming, I love these guys. 7 eliminations, definitely a good chance to catch up on points, especially since a lot of the teams on the top part of the leaderboards have been picked off. It's a good time for the bottom ranking teams to climb up.
hmm Yep, 7 teams remain, And we're heading on to the 18th minute mark in just a few seconds. And yep, we're gonna be heading on to quite a bit of a slow run, unless they're gonna be seeing each other already. But I think that won't be the case since they're just playing it safely for now. I mean, I do understand. We have two games remaining, so definitely very understandable for these teams to eventually, maybe seek some cover, especially that the circle includes some of those houses. So we have to wait for another stage to come in order for them to maybe get some action done. But with Alpha 7 Gaming, they are slowly also looking for some targets to get and to hunt down. For now, nothing will be happening.
Absolutely. And they're kind of camping it out. We're still stage 5, the circle. Not sure if they'll be going on a hunt right now, but Alpha 7 Gaming is having their scopes out, just trying to scout the area. There's Team Flash on the upper part. No!
Oh,
Order! Order gets taken out by DRX just like that after all that work. Well, I respect that. DRX did what they had to do for their team, but still, Weibo Gaming's order. I mean, this guy had a really good run trying to get some solo eliminations, but in the end, you do need your teammates to have your back, to have those revives. Here, THUNDERTALK Gaming, they have control over this area. A7 is nearby, and there's also another team, I believe, that could be, can't quite see, it might be RRQ Ryu, within the distance as well, but they're not making any moves. They're playing it safe. DRX, however, on their cars, making a little bit of noise, trying to rotate into the next play zone. In fact, it's gonna be stage 5 circle. Whoever gets caught up in that blue zone is gonna be taking a lot of damage from now on. And so with that, everyone has to be extra careful, but there's not a lot of pressure just yet because we are still down to 6 teams. So we'll be expecting, if teams don't engage, if they don't move, we're probably gonna be staying here, without any sort of development in the game anytime soon.
mhm. And for now, since 6 teams remain, we're just gonna be waiting for some moments, maybe another circle to appear, in order for them to at least get the job done. Hopefully get some targets down. For now, it does look like Team Flash and Thunder Talk Gaming do have higher chances winning this one. I do think there will be the teams that the last two teams that will be fighting it out, which could slow the game even more. But this is gonna be very challenging for these teams if they're able to pull it off. And yeah, Loops, however, still quite far with 4 eliminations this game, but 3 players remaining. Now Team Flash is already getting a move, and RQ Ryu losing one member. They were even confirmed by Team Flash, so that's gonna be another point, tying that one with a Thunder Talk game.
Absolutely. Team Flash. TRX. Just see if anything's gonna connect. It actually has traded bullets between Team Flash and DRX, but they both back away in time. Gonna be going ahead and healing up. And they're gonna be trying again. DRX is still healing. Try to get those lining up their scopes. All the while, THUNDERTALK gets a 1 knockdown on their side. That's actually an elimination on Loops as well. They're down to 3 players. Now we're going to be watching out for the rest of the teams. Right now, it's Team Flash who's doing really well with 7 eliminations. In fact, that might just be the highest number of eliminations in this round so far. They tie with THUNDERTALK, doing really well. DRX trading blows with Team Flash, all the while the rest of DRX is actually quite far away. So they're just kind of waiting for the circle to kind of close in. But it's gonna be taking a while. And of course, the teams, especially the teams who are running out of players, they're gonna be playing it really safe, going for those placement points. Team Flash getting shot at from somewhere else. It's a good thing they didn't get picked off. DRX going in, trying to swoop in and get a closer look. Trying to connect those bullets. They're going to be rotating into the area really, really soon. Hyunbin disembarks. Goes this scopes out once again, try to see if they can get some shots in. Don't think it's gonna be happening, but all the while, Loop's still in the game. There's Thundertalk nearby, A7. These two guys are quiet. The quiet guys in the classroom, not really making a move. Lots of trigger discipline. DRX all the while with Team Flash still going up against each other, and the Loops just scouting the area. And it looks like we have some DBS action from DRX, giving them one more elimination on their side.
Mm-hmm. And yup, 6 teams remaining. They're waiting for a few more. They're trying to gun them down, but I think there are no targets right there, dude. So maybe yes, he didn't have that information. It is quite far, but DRX will be able to take one down, and that's gonna be an elimination for RQ Ryu. Now 5 teams remain, and we're gonna be looking for a little bit, a delayed type of game, since a lot of terrain will be dependent right here for these teams. And I think they're gonna be storming them down. They will try to look for a different angle right here. DRX trying to look for a way, and will they even make it for this one? They're trying to gun them down. Team Flash very aggressive, but DRX, it's just, we don't know what's happening. It's just a game of rock paper scissors right here. But Team Flash, in just a flash, will get eliminated.
Ooh, just a bit too fast of a run for Team Flash over here. Now it's a Thundertalk that kind of has a lot of chances to get this chicken dinner, especially with that numbers advantage. Still, we're down to 4 teams, and we drawn this game out to 24 minutes, surprisingly. But over here, Thundertalk, they have a really good game, especially since the dominant teams got picked off early on. So it just gives a Thundertalk a little bit more time to shine. DRX up in the hill, trying to get the high ground. Neko Dive's definitely not going to be stopped by that. There's also Alpha 7 Gaming nearby, so might be a little bit hard to kind of be complacent at this point in time. And Loops is still in the loop, trying to get some damage and not going to be finding those knocks that they need. And several airdrops throughout the circle, but the RX might be making a move at this point. They're going out in the open, walking. I think they're gonna be embarking on the cars. Alpha 7 Gaming still down to 2 players. In fact, they're all duos except for Thunderchalk Gaming, and now it's just a matter of patience. That stage 7 circle is gonna close in and make this map really too small for anyone to comfortably sit in. So anyone outside of the circle will be forced to move in and rotate. And so with that, it's just gonna be a little bit of a hard time. But yeah, otherwise, before that happens, just gonna be a lot of trades, a lot of damage being done, but no real elimination, no real knockdowns from any other side. So it's all a game of patience, all waiting. But nonetheless, the truth remains that one of our chicken dinner winners will be between DRX, Thunder Talk, Loops, or A7. One of these teams will be going back with 10 points for their placement.
Mm-hmm. And for now, 4 teams remain, still trying their best to push victory. Loops, and again, hoping to get Loops bullets in to get the DRX, since they actually did quite well. Get that out, since they currently hold the number 5 spot. Thundertalk Gaming are also doing the same thing, so they're really getting up on DRX right now. So that's hard to. That is really hard to fight that back. So DRX, the chances are very slim for their victory right here. Thundertalk and the other teams, they are just hunting them down and hunting them like dogs right here. So on the other hand, we have Thundertalk Gaming, which currently has the highest chance of winning this.
Absolutely. And Thunderchalk still holding on to their last 4 players. Lots of grenades coming in. Finally, some development. Of course, DRX and A7 down to solo players. I think A7 just became the first to get picked off from the top 4. Finally, some development happening on the 27th minute mark. Loops is still
standing with Shoe Players Endurance down to one, and that's a lot of damage. Jake and Neko Dive, in fact, getting those bullets in, those bullets connecting, and now it's just Loops versus TT, and Loops is basically half, quite literally half of what Thunder Talk is right now. They're only down to two players, all the while Thunder Talk is still a full squad. So based on number, well, it's just gonna be a little bit harder for the side of Loops to kind of survive this, but nonetheless, they have to survive. And I think Luke's trying their best to get at least one pick off. There's a lot of damage coming in. Molotov trying to pressure Thunder Talk Gaming. Neko Dav's gonna be going for the flank, I think. And looks like TT King finds a one with the DBS, might be finishing them off. And with that, just as we expected, Thunder Talk Gaming snags that chicken dinner. And of course, that was our first Miramar map, and with that, that is a winner chicken dinner. Congratulations once again to Thunder Talk Gaming. They definitely need those points, and they had a decent amount of eliminations as well.
Yep, I mean, I did call that one, recently, many times actually, but it is kind of obvious for Thunder Talk. They were on a roll. I believe they were getting 7 kills the last time I checked, and they were complete, no casualties. So it was really looking good for Thunder Talk Gaming, especially that they're being pitted against teams that have one member, two members, rarely three. But compared to those teams, they also didn't have a lot of those skills. And with how Thunder Talk Gaming has been performing, they were really securing the winner chicken dinner until they got that victory within them. So game number 5 is already going to Thunder Talk Gaming.
Absolutely. And these are rather their team stats. Thunder Talk Gaming with the 5 eliminations for King, 6 for Neko Dive, and 8 sitting with 2. Their last play with 1. King versus Neko Dive, 6-5. It's gonna be Thunder Talk versus Thunder Talk once again. Same team, same survival time, just a slight difference in damage. This is the match summary, of course, 64 eliminations, and so on and so forth. 4 grenade eliminations, pretty good. 65 knockouts, of course, and 29 assists. 5, 4, 5, 6 total healings. Pretty decent match summary for our match number 5. Hopefully, we see some more grenade eliminations in our match number 6. These are our top 3. Neko Drive at number 1, King with number 2, and this one, DRX's Hyunbin with number 3 at 4 eliminations. So Neko Dive, really good job as well as TT's King, giving a lot of points to Thunder Talk Gaming. In fact, that's 14 eliminations for Thunder Talk Gaming.
Yep. So there we have it. Also huge jump from 24 to 14 for this match. So Thunder Talk Gaming. What I noticed was Thunder Talk Gaming, WEIBO Gaming. They're starting to climb towards the ladder. Vampire Esports kind of behind for this one. I think they were just they really needed more coordination on their timing, especially that they got spotted quite easily, and they don't really get a lot of I mean, they still get a lot of kills, but at the end of the day, you get eliminated quite easily, quite soon. So it will hinder your progress in getting those points down. But here we have our overall rankings. DXA, they're still holding the number 1 spot with 42, Vampire Esports with 42, Thunder Talk Gaming with 38, the same with DRX, and the list goes on.
Yeah, and unfortunately, DPLUS Kia still hasn't gotten in on our day number 1. Maybe they'll be available on day number 2, day number 3, day number 4. Hopefully, because they missed one whole day at this rate. I'm not even gonna count on them showing up for map number 6. But yes, that was match number 5. We're almost done with this day number 1, and what a beautiful journey it has been. to go to match number 6. And of course, we'll be expecting, hopefully, that same aggression, that same risk taking in our map number 6. But of course, for some teams that got picked off way too early, they might be learning from that and maybe playing it safe. Who knows? We'll have to find that out on match number 6. But of course, before that happens, we will be going on to a short break. So don't go anywhere once again. We will be going on to a short break. We'll be seeing you in a few minutes. So for now, see ya. Once again. Once again, our final map for day number one. Anyways, this is once again PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle Chapter 2. And of course, this is all thanks to Ren Events and One for One Esports. And we are your casters once again. I am Annie, and this is still Mike with me. And of course, we saw what happened in the first five maps. There's a lot of surprises that happen. And hopefully match number 6 will be just as aggressive as map number 5. Maybe a little bit faster if I could like make a request to the players, but still it was an exciting game to watch. And of course, Mike, what are your thoughts so far?
Thank you so much for that, Annie. And yeah, we're gonna be witnessing the last match for tonight. So with this one, it's gonna be very exciting to see because we've been seeing INF getting the chicken dinner for the first match. We have Dingo's Savior getting the chicken dinners for match 2 and 3. Um, Despite all that, Vampire Esports actually got a lot of kills. 35 is the last thing I can remember. And there a lot of teams have been stepping up. We have WEIBO Gaming, we have THUNDERTALK Gaming. So I am excited to see which team will it be on the last match. Will it be another chicken dinner for one of the teams that got it previously, or will it be another team? Um, Personally, I would still love it. I would still love to see the the bottom teams for now that will be winning the chicken dinner for tonight. And it because I really love surprises. I love the underdog plays. So I'm excited to see which team, and I'm also excited for the final rankings for tonight.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm pretty happy so far from the previous couple of maps. There's a lot of the underdogs getting a lot of points in. And I don't know what happened to the flight path, but I'm gonna assume it's going from maybe just above Puerto Paraiso, going all the way to La Cabrera. But then, yeah, everyone's gonna be dropping off to their favorite spots. Okay, there we have it. We had a smidget of the flight path. If you blinked, you missed it, and that first circle is gonna be coming in towards the eastern side. But INF already finding their first knock. In fact, I think that was their first elimination. We're down to 66 players, 17 teams left remaining, barely 2 minutes into the game. Everyone's just looting about. INF Federal finds one from DRS as well. And so with that, that's a 3 down for the side of DRS. They're suffering right now, and I bet you they don't even have guns yet. Look at those crossbows. What is happening at this rate? INF licking their wounds, giving those revives, and all the while DRS is down to their last active player. I believe everyone else got picked off, and just like that, that is our first casualty for our second Miramar map for today.
Hmm. And yeah, since we have already seen the first team to be eliminated, that's gonna be DRS Gaming. This will set up the pace. Inner Circle, there have been potentials for Inner Circle, but right here it doesn't look good for them since they're being eliminated one by one already. So this could be very disadvantageous for them. Tianba, on the other hand, would gets one down. Vampire Esports also slowly moving towards victory right here, as they said, okay, let's do it, guys. It's the last match for tonight. They're gonna be sweeping bodies right here. Alpha 7, no, sorry, Alliance on the other, rather, are also getting a lot of that action coming in, but Vampire Esports is not done. They're still continuing to.
Ooh, shots through the window, and Leviso will be finished off. I think that's 2. That's 3. Did they get wiped out? I think they got wiped out. The Xaviers is gonna go to bed a little bit early on, and now they're gonna be wiped out from the game. And I think they got picked off so early for a couple of games in a row, so it's just getting harder and harder to catch up. Over here, Loops versus Inner Circle. They're looping into Inner Circle. What is happening? These guys have similar names. But 1 versus 1, sidestepping, shots coming in. It's gonna be IQ's gonna be falling. Loops getting that kill for themselves. Still full man squad, but only one elimination. And with that, the whole inner circle was actually eliminated off. That was their last chance. And now we're down to 14 teams already. We might be seeing a little bit of a deja vu from that map number 5. Everyone's just going on the aggressive. And when you expect that maybe when we're down to like 5 teams, all of a sudden everyone doesn't want to move, doesn't want to make any wrong moves for some reason. So I'm all up for it. We're probably going to be expecting if anyone runs into other teams, they're probably going to be giving that risky engagements, but for now we're not seeing anything popping up, so I think we're gonna be going for a little bit more patience. Not happening anytime soon because AD finds Milu from Tianba walking away with a sliver of health, but it's not gonna be enough. They'll be picked up. Let's see how Tianba's doing. I think they still have a full squad other than the player that just got picked off.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, 14 teams remain pretty much alive at this point. Now, just getting a recap right here. Vampire Esports already on the move, points already in their name, and Dingo's Savior already dropping. So this early, by the way, so it's gonna be very hard to come back to that one. Inner Circle, the same thing. DRS, they were they were eliminated as well. Alpha 7 still try to keep themselves alive with the last member. TIANBA still with 3 members remaining, and the rest right here. ASTRUM DEUS is also just being very aggressive, and they're trying to pop the tires just to not get, sort of pull out the used by other teams as well.
Absolutely, and they've done just that. We're going to equate part of the game once again. I suppose they learned their lesson from the previous match, but those teams that got picked up, that they had their chance, and now you're gonna be going. Rather, sorry, they're gonna be going to the lobby really, really early. A7, however, down to one less player. Tianba down to 3 players. Not so bad, not as bad as A7, but definitely not as bad as those who got eliminated already. So it's gonna be a lot of patience. Never mind, INF finds an engagement up against BG, and this guy is making loops with their pickup truck. What is happening? Ooh, got hit. Man, someone take this guy's driver's license. But yeah, INF still at it. So BG, I think they're not having a good time right now. They're down to one last player. I don't know where this last player is, but definitely it was not a full squad wipeout. But finally, INF. Okay, there we have it. Bariscos got eliminated off, and INF finally getting their glory days from their Rondo chicken dinner. And finally, they have 8 eliminations. Hopefully, they maintain their spot at least in the page 1 of the leaderboards. That would be so much better if they climb all the way, maybe perhaps to number 2 or number 1, because it's definitely not possible if they get enough placement points.
Yep. And for now, just really enough placement points could get them, climbing up. But right here, it is very crucial since it's gonna be the last match for tonight. So we're gonna be very curious to see who will who will reign supreme for tonight. I do think I am placing my bets onto Vampire Esports because DX are down, unfortunately down. So Vampire Esports still makes it out alive and completely intact, by the way. So they have high chance right here. Alliance could maybe catch up to the second place. Who knows? THUNDERTALK also the same thing. So it's very, very crucial for the teams that are currently in the 3rd to 6th spot because they could catch up anytime soon. Alliance also getting a move on and gets another one down, waiting for that confirmation point before Alpha 7 Gaming will be eliminated.
Absolutely, and it's all just a waiting game right now. Just cutting the roofs, trying to I don't know, keep control over their compounds, over their territories, over their locations. And well, of course, we're going through a lull right now on the game, and not much is happening. But still, we're gonna be patient. Hopefully, we can see a little bit more engagements. But of course, it might be taking a while. The stage 2 circle is still a couple of seconds before that's gonna be closing in. Stage 3, not so bad yet, and if anything, it's just gonna force anyone who's probably camping on the blue zone to move away, because that damage is gonna hurt just a little bit more than usual. But of course, it's all chill right now. Everyone's kind of just keeping their own corner of the map, chilling about. But of course, if anything, we could be talking about the leaderboards as well. I mean, Vampire Esports, nonetheless, against all odds, held on to their number one spot. But right now, I think it's Thunder Talk going up against RRQ Ryu. It was just a trade of blows, I believe. There's Thunder Talk managed to eliminate a one from Ryu, but it's a little bit of damage in fact, that's actually a knockdown, and that's a trade-off with a knockdown. Two down from each of the teams. Might be another one soon, but just going for a little bit of revives before we go ahead and eliminate completely. Actually, RRQ Ryu just got completely eliminated off. All the while, Thundertalk can still revive their two knocked players. So that is a good run. They have 4 eliminations on their side. Otherwise, gonna be much happening anymore.
Yeah. And for now, Weibo Gaming just moving around. They can't seem to have any targets. I think they noticed someone, but they cannot really commit yet just because they don't have a clear sight of the enemies, and they're also trying to be aware of the surroundings. Maybe another team is also on the lookout, and yeah, I mean it's still 11 teams remaining, and still quite early, so it's still hard to just risk it all. But one of their members, the driver, is gonna be down. I think it's gonna be Order, and I think Order is gonna be down anytime soon. Team Flash, on the other hand, they do have the higher ground, so they're hunting them down one by one. They're just gonna be going Geronimo, this car right here, and I think they were trying to avoid Weibo Gaming because they know that Weibo Gaming was, um, but right here to the rescue. That's gonna be another member from Team Flash, hunting them down with those bullets. But I think no one will be. I think everyone will be spared for it.
Absolutely. Lots of shots coming in. Team Flash definitely needs a little bit more points than usual. Weibo Gaming lounging about nearby. We're going into the stage 3 circle really, really soon. Scopes out. Some sprays in, not connecting, unfortunately. I'm gonna be rotating out of the area. The rest of Team Flash is right behind this guy, so not too much in trouble. But still, there's still a lot of players to worry about. In 42, in fact. This one, INF, however, I'm really happy for these guys. I mean, these guys are still up in the game. 8 eliminations. Despite falling off after on, though, they still have, like, their number 6 spot. In fact, it's still in page number 1, and to think that number 6 spot is just how many points away from the number 3 should still happen within these a few more minutes into this final map. In fact, there's probably going to be 15 more minutes in this Miramar map, and depending on what happens after this, it could change the leaderboards drastically.
Yeah, but for now, still we're gonna be slowly. I do think that INF spots 1, but TIANBA will be spared by that. And yeah, for now, all is good for these teams. One member almost getting killed and eliminated, just in time for him to move out of the way. So yeah, just waiting for a little bit more for something to happen, and we're gonna be nearing it's actually we're already in its 13th minute. And right here, Vampire Esports, he gets spotted by a member from Virtus Pro. The grenades coming in, raining down, and he falls. Geronimo, that's gonna be it. And another member from Virtus Pro also gets eliminated right there. Vampire Esports tries to pin them down.
There we have it. VP gonna coming in with their cars, try to position themselves. Team Flash nearby still. The AD getting some shots in, some healing coming in
from VP Vampire Esports. All the while, 4 eliminations already, but they are at the edge of the play zone, so they have to keep on moving. They don't want to get gate kept, but they're not too far off. I think they're the ones doing the gatekeeping, in fact. But all the while, Ayana Federal getting AD's one player. That's gonna be trade off. AD gets one from INF as well. Gonna be finishing off. Knockdown here, there. AD one after the other. They're gonna be falling. I think there's only one last active player left. Want to see that happening with my own eyes. But right now we're gonna be watching. Ooh, almost with VP. What just happened over there? There was a potential homicide with the car, but good thing it didn't happen because it was their own teammate. INF gets one from AD. I think that was it for AD. It will be a elimination. I believe it's not yet an elimination. There's still one person holding on to dear life, but the rest of their squad either got picked off completely after getting knocked down, and this guy, that's the last guy from AD, is just holding on to dear life, hiding about, trying not to get spotted. But otherwise, everyone else is doing quite well. For the past few games, it's always the page number 2 that kind of dominated the scene. But right now, page number 1, they have a lot of teams with still a full man squad. So that's all good for them. I mean, they're finally able to catch up on points. But here, 2 versus 1, what happened with AJ? That was an amazing shot. 2 versus 1 to the shotgun, but grenade coming in. That's a finisher as well. And with that, Team Flash was just eliminated. Just like that by THUNDERTALK Gaming.
Yep, THUNDERTALK Gaming, that's gonna be a huge point boost for them. 8 eliminations, and they are climbing it so fast. So fast that I think they could catch up to Vampire Esports. They, mind you, they are actually present. All of them are present. So this could take a turn actually. Vampire Esports could drop down to the 2nd place. DX already in the 3rd place. THUNDERTALK, the amount of heat that THUNDERTALK has for tonight, I think, is immeasurable. So I think they're gonna be climbing fast later on, and just a few more kills. For now, DRX, we're also spectating DRX right here. No kills for now. Hold on. INF are also getting on one. I think, wait, is that 11? Actually, I think it is. But yeah, move back to the game. DRX still cannot find any targets just yet. They do hear them though, so at least they acknowledge their presence, but they cannot find those. Now, WEIBO Gaming, one member would go down, and we'll be needing some help.
Absolutely. And WEIBO Gaming just circling the area. Ooh, one down from WEIBO Gaming. In fact, it's gonna be Vampire Esports who takes on one of their players. There's another one that got knocked down. Not a good look for them. They're slowly but surely losing player after player, down to 2 players. And they're still fighting back. Grenades coming in. And THUNDERTALK takes a 1 knockdown on their side. VPE sweeps the floor. WEIBO Gaming says goodbye, but I don't think it's over yet. Vampire Esports, I think they're gonna be out for blood once again. THUNDERTALK is nearby, giving Vampire Esports a little bit more to fight against. TIANBA is over here. There's also another team nearby. I believe that could be Loops, perhaps. Or is that Alliance? I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure. Yes, that's actually Alliance from TIANBA's perspective. And the QZZ is just gonna be trying to scout the area, trying to see if they can get some shot in. But there's definitely a lot of trigger discipline coming in. INF still getting 1 from DRX. I think that's just a knockout though. Don't know if we can get that confirmation in. It'd be good, but right now we're still watching TIANBA just positioning themselves. Now I like this. INF, yes, they did have 11 eliminations, and it's pretty spread out throughout the players as well, so you can just sell everyone's pulling their weight, and it just, you know, boils down to such an amazing team climbing slowly but surely up the ranks. They have 11 points and probably counting as well if they survive a little bit longer for more placement points. Over here, Spritz coming in by Diego 3. There's 1 knockdown out of their car. See if they can finish that off, but it's a little bit too risky to stay in that spot. They're going to be going ahead and rotating. All the while, Alliance gets a 1, 2. Is that 3?
from Tianba. Is that a confirmation? Step by step, GG. Bond will be falling. That is a 3 versus 1. Did absolutely not stand a chance. And although Alliance came in with only 3 in the lobby, they still got a decent amount of points. 7, in fact, 7 eliminations and accounting with those placement points if ever it happens. Now we're down to 8 teams or placement points. And of course, there's so many contenders for that chicken dinner. Right now, Loops taking 1 from Vampire Esports. That's 1. Is that 2? Is that 3? Is that a finisher? Is that a confirmation? We'll know really, really soon. But I don't think Vampire Esports is seeing the end of it just yet. There's still a duo right now. Alliance, it's all up to them to wipe them out.
And with this, 8 teams remain. And I think it is really looking good because ASTRUM DEUS is leaving, is probably has low chances, very very slim chances. It's gonna be very hard because right now THUNDERTALK Gaming is currently leading. We also have here INF, which are also silently climbing up. So this is gonna be very very challenging as well if they can pull this off or not. But right here, Vampire Sports is also facing and here trying to fight back coming in, and he does land the bullets in, and I think that marks the end for Virtus Pro.
Absolutely. Virtus Pro down as the 8 team. Now we're up to 7 last teams within the game. 21 players left in the game as well. There's several teams still with the full squad. 4, in fact. It's going to be Loops, going to be INF, Alliance, and THUNDERTALK. Wow, THUNDERTALK came a long way. All the way from page number 2. They are now number 2 in rank, overtaken DX. Xavier has not been moving in the roster, in the leaderboards for how many maps. They keep getting picked off so early on. It's a good thing Vampire Esports managed to breathe, managed to survive in this map. But THUNDERTALK, they just had several good games in a row, and it just resulted to this beautiful 48 points and counting on their leaderboards. And it just goes to show, what any one team can potentially turn their tides around, turn their whole fate around if it's just timing that's on your side. Their top teams gonna be falling off for a couple of maps, and the bottom teams having a chance to rack up so many elimination points. So basically the planets aligned for these guys, and they managed to climb all the way to number 2. The question is now, can they hold on to that spot? And seeing as how THUNDERTALK managed to still get 10 elimination points despite so many big name teams still in the running in Miramar, I think these guys are a pretty good contender for the championships. But of course, once again, it's still day number 1. But still, it won't hurt to try to make some predictions, this early on.
And for now, since we're already heading on this one, 7 teams remain still holding on, and at least they are really trying their best to get the last chicken dinner for tonight. The grenades already being prepared, they're being cooked, and they're gonna be thrown at, hoping to get one down. The damage is in. It is through INF, and I think they still managed to keep themselves alive. Vampire Esports, 2 members remaining, slowly climbing their way up to the ladders, but they are gonna be playing this one calmly because THUNDERTALK Gaming is roaring like thunder.
Absolutely. And we have Loops kind of just hiding behind this crate, hunting anyone else down. Vampire Esports still up in the game. 2 players left remaining, just scouting the area. THUNDERTALK's playing it safe. Don't want to ruin something so good too early on. But of course, it will be helping a lot if THUNDERTALK gets 4 more points in order to overtake Vampire Esports, and of course survive longer than them. Oops. Women team spots INF. Let's see if they're going to be going ahead and engaging.
and Loops is just using their cars right now. They're just holding on to their cars as much as possible. That's gonna be their defense. Vampire Esports spots Thundertalk. Just a little bit of damage coming in, and it's actually gonna be INF versus AD, and AD is down to their last player. Let's see if they can hunt down the last player. Nope, actually, that's just a full elimination. In fact, now we're down to 6 teams left, and there's still so many full squads. There's actually 4. In fact, Thundertalk, Alliance, Influence, Rage, and Loops all have 4 players still standing. Ooh, there's a bit of grenade damage coming in from INF. They finally lost their patience. They're gonna be going on the aggressive. It's a trade after trade. A little bit of damage coming in. Gotta walk away from this, but some might be going for that finisher for that confirmation, but it's gonna be V-Team that's gonna be losing their lives. They're gonna be knocked out, probably gonna be confirmed really soon. Now there's 2 down on the side of Loops, 2 more active players. There's one over here, Neil Zada, holding onto that grenade, cooking it up, gonna be throwing it. Let's see if someone takes damage. Nope, it's not gonna be hitting anyone. Oh my gosh, just like that. And that is a confirmation for Loops. Might be another one really soon. Going on the aggressive, trading blows. And there's also Alliance to worry about. What just happened over here? And let's go, Thundertalk. What this guy did, probably attempted to do a vehicle elimination, but the tables turned up against them. Vampire Esports hears all that ruckus, wants to join in on the fray, especially since they need a lot of elimination points to cushion themselves up against Thundertalk. And steadily, Thundertalk is climbing. They are now 2 points away from Vampire Esports. They definitely have to be a little bit more nervous, especially in the part of Vampire Esports. And now, DRX is on their scopes, trying to see if they can get some scout out. But unless they go take risks, just like what Loops is doing right now with Thundertalk, they're not going to be getting any eliminations whatsoever. They need to get on the ground just as everyone else is doing, one after the other. There's only 12 players left. A lot of the majority is actually still from Alliance. They have the numbers advantage. But right now, Loops, after this revive, they'll still be a 3-man team. So let's just see. Let's just see if they have a chance for that chicken dinner. But all the while, it's going to be Thundertalk that will be saying goodbye first.
Yep, Thundertalk already will be saying goodbye quite early. Vampire Esports are holding on with their 11 eliminations. At the same time, currently eyeing for that winner chicken dinner. Alliance, on the other hand, they do have the high chance of winning this one with 8 points and all of them pretty much intact. Loops could be the one to disrupt them right here. INF with 13 points and 1 member alive, and DRX only 2 members and 1 point. So it is looking good for Alliance to get this chicken dinner. At the same time, INF could leave this match with 13 points and a few more placement points. But for now, Vampire Esports are still currently leading overall. So they're going to be chasing them, trying to climb up towards the ladder. Thundertalk almost creeped up their way and almost surpassed Vampire Esports. But Vampire Esports, they don't want to prioritize on kills right now. They want to prioritize on that winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. And everyone's vying for that right now. INF holding on to their spot, still trying to climb up all the way to where at least the Xavier is. Really close to that point. They just need 5 more points. And with the placement points, I think it might be possible. But Alliance might be able to deny them of that. Alliance might be getting this chicken dinner. That or Loops. They have the biggest chance right now. But still, Vampire Esports, although they have a slimmer chance, it's still entirely possible since we know that Vampire Esports, they have a good position, and it looks like that position is so within the play zone, and they have a building to themselves, and they have the skill. Exactly that. We just saw a grenade knocked down by the hands of Lazarus. Those grenades are bouncing quite literally. So let's see if anyone else will be taking a bit of damage. Lazarus throws another grenade, and Alliance might be trying to just kind of stay within the sidelines, not really doing much violence. But over here, Hyunbin takes a bit of damage. Wow, that's splash damage. Just ended this guy. DRX will be saying goodbye a little bit early. And with that, 4 teams left. Grenades coming in. Alliance might be in a little bit of trouble. Let's see if anyone takes damage. Looks like that won't be happening. Molotov coming in and out. Try to pressure everyone inside of this compound. And it looks like grenade after grenades will be coming in. But Alliance won't be stopped. That's a Molotov coming in. INF loses 1 player. Vampire Esports still standing, still steadily climbing. Influence Rage is eliminated. We're down to 33 teams. It's between Vampire Esports, Alliance, and Blue.
Right here, 3 teams remain for tonight. For the last match of the night, and Alliance will fall down. Oh no, actually, no. Alliance will take down another team right here. Still 3 members alive from their team, but loops are also dropping dead one by one. Now, Vampire Esports still alive and kicking with 2 members, and they're just really waiting for the chaos to ensue right here. And Loops will be eliminated, taking rank number 3 for this one. 2 teams remain. Alliance versus Vampire Esports. The grenades keep dropping in, the Molotovs keeps burning them, but that's just gonna be it. Alliance, that's they actually, wow, very impressive for Vampire Esports to not only manage to survive this long, but to be able to injure 2 of them down. That equates their chances of survival right here and their chances of winning the winner chicken dinner. 1 member from Alliance still needs some help, but this right here, the grenade coming in, hoping to get him down, leaves with lower than half of his health remaining. So they're just really trying their best to throw as much grenades as they can, and they almost got by. He was almost eliminated by that grenade. So it was very hard for them to come back to the fray. Now all for one is now lying down. One on the ground. They're trying to fight with a shotgun in hand, and he makes it out alive. And this is gonna be the last member for Alliance. This right here, they're hunting him down and they're chasing them down. Still puts up a fight and makes this into 1v1. Who's gonna win it all? It's gonna be a 1v1 with a shotgun in hand, and Vampire
Nice.
Esports will end tonight with a winner chicken dinner.
I love that. I love that. I always said like Alliance has best chance, but there's still a chance with Vampire Esports, especially since still their hideout was favored by that play zone until the very
Mm-hmm.
end, and that helped them out so much. And combined with their skill, they managed to outplay Alliance despite the numbers disadvantage. So congratulations once again to Vampire Esports for an impressive number of eliminations alongside their 10 placement points, totaling to more than 20 points from this last map. They held on to that number one spot, and not only that, they not only just held on, they held on to like all of these points and going up against I think THUNDERTALK is number 2 right now, and also INF got pushed off like quite a bit far. They held on and they also pushed off their competition and put a lot of gap between them and the next other teams. There we have it. 16 eliminations. I betcha Meow Lag is the MVP because no human gets a 9 elimination. That's a monster. That's an absolute monster of a person. There we go. Head to head. 9 for Meowlag compared to the 5 of Vampire Esports Lazarus. Both amazing players. Lazarus, in fact, this guy has a track record, but still Meowlag manages to beat them. And of course, this in the match summary, we've seen some grenade eliminations and it totaled to 10. In fact, just a little less healings than usual. And the number 3 of the top 3s will be Alliance's 6042. That's Salcom Digi Alliance with the 5 eliminations. Just a little bit less damage than Lazarus. Actually, in fact, Lazarus did more damage than Meowlag. Match rankings expected Vampire Esports with the 26 total points, and Alliance and Influence Rage, in fact, tie for the 18.
Mm-hmm. And also to follow that with Thundertalk Gaming with 15 points, Loops with 10, and the list with single digits. So it really is very impressive for Vampire Esports to start strong They didn't really get those chicken dinners, but they ended. They made sure that at the end of the day, it's just gonna be Vampire Esports, and we have here our MVP with Lazarus, 16 eliminations, 3,441 damage, 12 assists, 14 knockouts, and our KD ratio of 2.67.
Absolutely. This is our it's like a total, I mean, cumulative MVP throughout the 6 matches that just happened. This guy Lazarus is consistent, absolutely consistent with the 16 eliminations, and of course a lot of damage, 3.4k spread out towards 6 maps. This is our final match rankings, of match number 6 rather. And this is the overall rankings. Vampire Esports, that is a 14-point gap between them and the number 2, which is Alliance. Alliance, congratulations for making it to number 2 with 54 points, but trailing behind by 1 point. It's just Thundertalk Gaming with 53, Influence Rage 46, Xavier with 44, and so on. A little bit of gap between ranked number 3 and number 4, so it might be hard for those teams to climb up and compete with the top 3. But otherwise, yes, what an amazing day number 1, especially for Vampire Esports. But notably, also INF has been showing what they're made of, and also Alliance, Thundertalk Gaming. These guys are absolutely amazing. Shout out to the Xavier for winning 1 chicken dinner as well. Actually, make that 2. So congratulations to the teams that participated. Hopefully, we